Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. We are back in the captain's chair after 2 weeks. For people who did not see that announcement, I was gone for 2 weeks because of COVID, and I just recently recovered, feeling much better. Thankfully, the symptoms were mild, and now I'm just excited to get back into this game, into the stream. So I apologize for all my supporters out there. I've been gone for 2 weeks, but we will be making it up with additional streams and extended streams, because I've just, 2 weeks of not being able to play any games. It's just, I need to make up for lost time. So we're just gonna ease yourselves back in with this game called Citizen Sleeper. It is a tabletop RPG inspired game about role-playing at the edges of at the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. And I felt like playing this game because one of my most anticipated games is coming out tomorrow, our time, so on the 20th. I think midnight tonight, hopefully midnight tonight, is Stray. I'm pretty sure you've heard about it. It is that magnificent intersection of cyberpunk and cats. Ever since it is announced, I was destined to play that game. So when Stray comes out, either later or tomorrow, I'll definitely find the time to play that. I will try to move mountains to do so. That said, however, I did just recover from COVID, but the timing is also pretty unfortunate because I will be out of town this week. So I will really have to make up for the lost streams, especially for you people in the chat who have been supporters since day one. I want to be able to make up for that, and we're gonna begin with the first step here. So yeah, not only did I feel like playing a cyberpunkish game set in a dystopia. Well, I mean, it is kind of assumed that it's already dystopia. Anyway, I just felt like playing a game like this because Stray is coming out soon, chat. It is a beautiful game, and I'm happy that it is getting amazing reviews. But back to Citizen Sleeper, it also got some pretty decent reviews. I noticed that it really is tabletop RPG inspired, with the dice, the chance for failure, and the use of clocks. That is surprising. I don't know if Blades in the Dark started the whole clocks thing or if they were inspired by some other system, but I liked seeing that here. So I'm excited to see what this is all about. A couple of my friends and regulars in the stream were talking about it before, but it is on Game Pass, so decided to give it a shot. But yeah, it feels like forever since I've said that opening spiel. Anyway, let's get back to it. So of course, a lot of the reviews were comparing this or likening this to another really well-known tabletop-inspired computer RPG, a recent one, Disco Elysium. So I got to play that, and it's actually it's quite the experience. I haven't finished it yet, but they liken it to that. I'm not sure why. Aside from, of course, it being an RPG with a lot of choices and dice. Anyway, the fact that you can like fail here, in the spirit of tabletop RPGs, I don't know if you can like save at any time here or if you have to live with the consequences. Either way, we're going to live with the consequences. We're going to try and fail forward and see how the game handles that. Because you roll the dice, you really want that thing to happen. It's so tempting to just quick load and then try it again and until you get that roll. But if it's a well-designed game, in my opinion, failure itself can tell a good story. So I had to fight against that urge when I was playing Disco Elysium, because you can save any time there. So if you fail, you can just quick load, go back to it. But you miss out on a lot of stuff. Like if you fail all your actions, you feel kind of bummed in the moment. But if you just roll with it and step into the shoes of that character and just role play it out, in my experience, doing that has led to a lot of really amazing moments at the table. All right, so what do we have here? So I also wanted to get into this game because they're actually going to be releasing a new expansion. I believe over the course of several months, with a third expansion, I think, coming out next year. They'll be releasing new stories. So I'm not exactly sure what the format of this game is yet. I'm coming in with no expectations. I just saw the trailer. It looked pretty amazing. The art is reminding me heavily of Lancer. Lancer, another tabletop RPG. The artist there, I think, did Kill 6 Billion Demons. A friend of mine is really crazy about that comic. It just reminds me of that. It's a very similar vibe. But as you can see, it's like we play as sleepers, digitized consciousness in constructs. Yeah, it's just I'm just so excited for Stray, chat. Cats and cyberpunk, like amazing. And the cat looks like my late cat, so it's just I just need to play it. But I did just recover, so we're just gonna have a chill stream today and just enjoy a good story, or trying to make a good story. So we have some options here with an extract, just 2 frames. I guess it's called frame, right? Character class. We have the operator, who works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. I do like playing those characters, even though I fall short of that in real life. You know, it's a dissonance between what your character knows and what you as a player knows. So like, my character's supposed to know that, or my character's supposed to be smarter than I am. The other option we have is the extractor. The extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. So this is, getting your hands dirty, working in hazardous environments, the working frame. This is difficult. Like, what kind of experience do we want to start with? It all begins with the character, right? It's how do we want to interact with this? Well, okay, let's look at the mechanical abilities first. So we have our skills here. So interface +1 and endure -1. So this kind of falls more in line with the characters I usually play. I usually have like Constitution as my lowest stat with any class. Because I just like to deal with I mean, like, HP is important, right, for any class, but I don't really prioritize it. So interface, you work with digital interfaces. In this case, you have high endurance but less into it. So approach problems with awareness. So I don't know if I want that as a dump stat. Oh wait, we have a perk here as well. Photosynthetic skin. Sun-bathed dice action allows energy to recover at home. This is transfer intercept. Chance to gain cryo on interface actions. What is cryo? Is that the currency? So interface, hackerish kind of computer savvy, smart frame, or minor, working class, just hardened kind of frame. It's hard to choose. I guess we get to evolve our skills as we go, and this initial choice maybe isn't as important. No, the perk seems very important. This helps us along. I'm not sure what energy is for either. I don't know if that's the version of HP here, or is it like those gacha games with energy systems, which you need energy to do actions? Okay, I'm kind of 60% operator. Let's just start and see what we get into. So, we get to interface with stuff and perhaps learn more about the world that way. Hacking into stuff and reading emails and all that. Okay, immediately, like I am. This is kind of like how Disco Elysium begins. I can see why now. Okay. I guess there's gonna be a lot of reading here, and it'll be good practice for me as well for when, not if, when I eventually get back into the Game Master seat. So, get back into the tabletop RPG vibe. The first thing you become aware of on waking, wow. The first thing you become aware of on waking is a disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that is indisputably yours. Think of that body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and as sensations fade out of reach, perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain at least. I like this. I guess this is our consciousness being transferred into this frame. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan? Remember the others. Remember the others. You remember there were 10 of you. 10 that could no longer stand the indentured work, the routines, the slow decay. 10 whose belief in their promised future was slowly dismantled day by day, until they realized they had sold away everything that could and would ever matter. 10 that would escape, or at least die trying. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers. But the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. Wait for the cold or try to rest. Now, let's be edgy here. Wait for the cold. That's all there is now. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You were dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but even then, your body has shut many of its systems down to protect you. Mary, thank you so much. This is amazing.
It's totally not hot over here, and it's totally not a heat wave right now in our country.
Okay, text-to-speech still works. We are back after 2 weeks. I'm sorry for being gone for so long, Mary. Thank you for extending your subscription. It is 10 months. 10 months. Next month is a year since you started streaming, and almost a year since you first arrived on that during Life is Strange, I believe, coming in with who's the one that rated us? It's been so long. But thank you so much for your support, Mary. Heatwave, how hot are we talking about there? Yeah, No Mercy Eva plays a lot of Dead by Daylight. I don't know if she still plays a lot of Dead by Daylight, but yeah, No Mercy Eva from Australia. Um, every day here is a heat wave, so that's what it is like here in a tropical country. I mean, it's so much worse in summer, but even during the rainy season, it's freaking hot. So I do wish for other seasons aside from hot and hotter. But hopefully, don't forget to hydrate, drink that water, and be well over there. Heat waves are no joke. Totally not a heat wave, but just don't overheat. We're just back right now. I don't know if you saw the announcement, Mary. I myself just recovered from COVID. That's not a happy time, so I'm just taking it easy right now, and we're going through this game. It's a tabletop RPG inspired game called Citizen Sleeper. As you can tell, there's just a lot of text, a lot of reading. But I'm just excited to get some role playing in, priming myself for when I get back into that world. So we're just waking up now as a character. I believe our consciousness, there was a plan. There were 10 of us, and we were trying to escape indentured work because, dystopian society and corpo bad. Holy crap. Okay, that is, when it's hot, it's hot. So of course, there's the whole, it feels like this temperature, but 40 degrees Celsius on the, oh god. Yeah, we don't even, we get up to that in summer, but on average here, on average is where like the 30s, mid 30s. But yeah, holy crap. That is, don't forget to drink water, Barry. Take care of yourself. In contrast, this game is about the cold, unfeeling nature of space, I guess. What are we getting into now? So, as I was saying, so far the story is there were 10 of us who wanted to escape indentured work. I think we made it onto, we smuggled ourselves out, and we're gonna wake up soon. We were waiting for the cold. Yeah, fortunately, the symptoms weren't too bad. I do still have a slight headache, but I think that's more because I just haven't been getting good sleep. I just have to, because of COVID, I had a hard time just relaxing. But the symptoms weren't bad. Just needed some rest, and thankfully, we're back now. I did miss a lot, especially for you guys for subscribing. I'm gonna have to make up for lost time since we lost 2 weeks of stream. We lost 2 weeks. It's just so hard to focus, but things are okay. Things are looking good. Stray is releasing tomorrow. I've been waiting for that game for... When was it first announced? I don't know. It's like years ago. Holy crap. Stray is releasing tomorrow, so I'm super excited for that. And I just finished... I just met a deadline. I just finished writing it, and I believe the director is happy with it. Of course, we have revisions to go through, but it just made my day to hear that, because I was really struggling writing that thing, the NDA thing. But hopefully we'll come closer to announcing what I've been working on over the past couple of months. It's just been so difficult writing that, and recently I came to realization why that is. It's because we'll see. I thought I was having a hard time writing it because I just wasn't... It is my first time writing that kind of thing, and I thought I was, inexperienced. Not just being experienced, that's part of it, but it is actually because I had such a hard time writing it because the script was actually so intrinsically connected with who I was or who I am. So it is a pretty mind-blowing experience just realizing that I was having a hard time writing because it is like I was arguing with myself, or the parts of myself were arguing. But I digress. That is coming soon. I finally finished the first draft, and we're going to be working on that over the coming months. So that's another thing to look forward to. Um, so yeah. However, this will be the only day I will be able to stream this week because, as I said at the beginning, unfortunately, the timing of it, I did just recover, but I will be going out of town this week. So I will have to. Don't worry about it, chat. I am going to be. Yeah, I'm going to be streaming on more days just to catch up, because I really been itching to get back into gaming. Like, man, when I had COVID, I was just lying in bed, just playing gacha games, just trying to keep myself distracted and busy. But now, it feels like forever since I launched the game. So, ooh, okay, back to it. Uh, yeah, right. We were in the freighter. We were cold, but our frame, our human consciousness has memories of feeling as a human would feel, but it's different in a construct's body. So the cold, that's all there is now. It has been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You're dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but even then, your body has shut many of its systems down to protect you. You've spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. Where are you, unknown? You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again, recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. You see, it's an art, to just ease players in with amazing narration and just amazing and vivid narration of the scene of what your character is getting into. It's something, it's a skill that I really want to develop as we go, as we play more tabletop RPGs, to really get players in the mood. Are you doing okay, Mary? I really hope things get better. Always great to have you on stream. So have a good one. Are gonna be busy again? Again, please take care of yourself, hydrate, and I do hope things work out for the better, Mary. As always, thank you for your support. We'll just be here, and you'll always have a spot at the table. Here's to an almost year. Oh, well. I always found it funny how usually during like the hottest parts of the year, during the hottest months of the year, that's when people decide to go to the beach, where it's also hot and sandy. I never really understood that, but it is relaxing, I must say. Enjoy your time at the beach, Mary, relax. Take in nature, soak in the sun rays, and just enjoy nature. Hope you find it relaxing, and I hope it takes away the burdens of what you may be going through today. Oh man, beach sounds nice, especially after isolating for 2 weeks. It's like, going to the beach doesn't sound too bad. But take care on your journeys, Mary. You're definitely in a better position than where my character is right now. My character is trapped in a freight container onto who knows where. But this pain, you feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. Right, we already read this. Time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again, recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes, The cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sounds, too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light, white as the cold. Then softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You are out. Ooh, okay. Dragos, pragmatic salvager. Whoa, ooh. So I guess this is what we're gonna be seeing for most of the game. I didn't see any previews of actually being in the station, but it looks pretty cool. And of course, our imagination takes the rest of the, takes it away, right? Not takes it away. Our imagination does the rest. The expression I was thinking of was, take it away. So this is Dragos, a pragmatic and private salvager. This really does remind me of Lancer art. It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You're slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of shit, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. Oh no, we're gonna have to do voice. I wish I could do voices, chat. I really wish I could. But we try. We try. So, sleeper. You all thawed yet? Stay silent. Never seen one of you come in like this. You frames must have better perseverance in Sub-Zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes, eyes the mark of a drone operator. Okay. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye, locking you with an unflinching glare. So what do you call it? Irising? I can imagine it. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. Stay silent. What kind of character are we? Okay, I'm one of those players that I don't really have an idea. Like, I don't have a full idea of my player character. I love to learn through play, or I love to discover it as I play. Whereas I do know some players who like, I have a 20-page backstory and I know exactly who I am. But I like easing myself into the world and have a rough outline of who I am, and then we fill in the details and the blanks as we go. I do like that sense of discovery because it's unpredictable and it just feels organic to me. All right. What happened to them? He ignores your question. It's just, it didn't matter. I won't ask what led you to it. What led you to do it? You sell yourself to a corporation, and I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now, and you were just software, a rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world. Sorry, it reminds suddenly of Wayland Yutani. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot, a copy. Yeah, man. Like, how does that feel? Just being a clone, or well, you know you're your own. You know you are your own person, but you know your clone or your copy is like up to a certain point you are the same, and I don't know, it's just pretty trippy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SNR wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep hold of you, well, then no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from other sleepers. Planned obsolescence. A built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. You could just stay silent the whole time. The eye? The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. Nod. / nod. Protagonist nod. Alright, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Drago stalks back into the wrecks, his drones already converging on a rusting hulk, plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Spindly? Oh, drones. Okay, wow, here we are. Tutorial. Welcome to Erland's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward to the station. It's very board game-like. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Select locations by clicking on their icon. Let's explore a bit. Ooh, it just totally reminds me of Lancer. Like the interface, this graphic design. Your home for now, an empty container. End cycle. All cycles need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one. Oh, there's a cute little ship here. And so it begins. So we have woken up. We have found our way here. Our first cycle. 4 steel walls. Container. You wake curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. I like that. Slowly assembling the world around you. I like these descriptions. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable but somehow wrong. It's like just not feeling like you're in your own body. That feeling. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. And the music too, the soundtrack. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Escape, getting answers. Where is my character at right now? We just fled. I feel like building a life is something that comes later for my character. It's not like I don't feel like I'm in the clear yet. I don't know what happened to my buddies. I don't know what happened to the other 9. But I know that I made it, so maybe like getting answers. It all matters. Okay, it all matters. Getting answers, building a life, and what is the third option? They do all matter, actually, right? Okay. It all matters. The past is impossible to escape if it remains a blur. What S and ARP did to you cannot be forgotten. You need a way of understanding all this before you can move on. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions outnumber the answers. You want to change that, but you'll have to learn to survive first. First things first, one step at a time. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove. Do I still need to drink water? Like, what am I really? Okay. A makeshift, or maybe a canister of water for not drinking, but washing and stuff. I don't know. A makeshift electric stove and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the power stud off the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images of your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking that they begin to fade, so we do drink. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Oh, use your dice. Okay, let's learn about the core mechanics. Condition, action dice, and energy. Is this a dice placement board game? Condition. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. Okay, so we're not like robots. It is an artificial body, I guess, that needs to eat, sleep, drink, etc. It depletes by 1 segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. So we do need food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. Like trauma, I think. I'm reminded of Brain Blades in the Dark. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that are keeping you alive. Action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. It is dice placement. I love it. I always... what is the last dice placement game I played? I don't know. I just love like rolling all those dice and then like dice building games and like collecting all those dice results and then plugging them into the board. I really enjoy those kinds of board games. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. It's a board game. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food and currency to buy it, of course. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you'll be starving, and your condition will deplete at a double rate per cycle. Wow, you can enter a spiral of death here. It's one of those death spirals. Well, such is life now. Oh, now what? What's this? What this? Okay, we get another die. Is there energy? Flickering. I have to pick up this dice. would have been nice to see like physical dice. It looks cool so far. I like the interface so far. Data, items, cryo, cryptocurrency stored in air-walled sticks. Air-walled sticks of memory known as chits. Leave. Dragos has stood in the corridor when you close up the container. He is still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor arrays rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Not good. The drone chirps. Dragos nods. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe, he pauses. So, I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Maybe I'm still in the days. Work? Look, I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I didn't pull you out of that container out of the goodness of my heart. He looks away. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards of the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally, we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value. But most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously, he'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Let's play maybe we're getting our memory back. Chits? These. He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Airwall cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we used to trade out here. He stuffs them back in a pocket. Oh, okay. It's like it's isolated from the galactic market. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quick as you can. And sleepers, well, he trails off. But things being the way that they are for me at the yard. He pauses. I need the help. Why's that? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a little cryo to a client here or there. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Ooh, okay. This looks new. Dragos' yard. Empty container. So, yeah, it's RNG. It's just, these are the dice we get for the day. And I guess we got to allocate it based on our priorities. So, more about actions. They are the primary way we interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Okay. Dice placement game. Repeatable action. Hull dissection, engineer. Okay. Input dice. Actions reward you with clock progress. Ooh, I love clocks. That's one of my favorite systems in Blades in the Dark. And it's so not transferable. It's like you can implement clocks in any of your RPGs, really. And it's such a great way to track what's going on, not just in the current scene, but things happening behind the scenes. And it's a great tool. You know, the players, based on my experience, a lot of players love seeing the clocks go up or down, and it gives them the sense that the world is alive and moving on even without their input. And it adds to the tension as well when this clock is about to fill up and it's a bad one, right? Like, your store gets raid, and then the clock is almost filled up. It's really interesting. So there are 3 types of outcome. Okay, actions reward you with clock progress. Not just clock progress, but energy, condition, or items, depending on their outcome. 3 types. So positive, the action goes better than expected. So like, oh, okay, cool, great success. Neutral is just you succeed. Negative, the action fails. Action dice affect these outcomes as follows. So if it's yellow, if it's a 6, it's 100% chance positive. A 5 is 50% chance positive, 50% chance neutral. Ooh, okay. It's okay. So like, 1 to 3 is when you get a negative, but 3, 4, 50% chance neutral, 25%. Oh, cool. Okay. 1 and 2 is even on a 1 and 2, you still have a 50% chance to succeed, but also 50% chance that it is negative. Okay, these are interesting odds. So actions display information about their type, risk level, and the skill and modifiers that apply to that action. Okay, so 1. The type, either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. Okay. Those are the ones that you have to like resist saves coming, but I didn't see any way to save the game, so I think we do have to live with our failures here. Risk, either safe, risky, or danger. So, because if you can't save scum, that's each action then becomes, there's so much more at stake if you can't quick save and quick load. No loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Oh, okay. So it's just like in very similar to Blades. You have different risks. Risky, negative outcome means cryo or energy loss, but negative danger is condition loss. Neutral outcome can mean cryo or energy loss. So if it's danger, negative, neutral. It's just bad. Okay. Skill. The skill that this action requires, either engineer, interface, endure, intuit, or engage. Alright. Modifier. Either -1, 0, +1, +2. This is added to the action dice when slotted and improves its value. Some actions require a +1 to perform. So if you're like specialized, maybe. Interesting. Okay. Oh, this is a lot. We got a lot of choices here. So, let's get to work. We do owe Dragos this much. He did fish us out, gave us a place to stay, and let's work. So, obviously, like, I chose to frame with Constitution as the dump stat, right? Endure as the dump stat, right? So, manual salvage, we're not gonna be doing that. What's this? Cycle clock. A debt called in. Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or two, if he misses a payment or two, things get nasty. Back in business. Every salvager knows they are always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. So these are clocks. Cool, cool. Right. We begin in earnest, but before that, I'll be using the bathroom. BRB. Okay, we're back in business. Classic way to begin, you know, it's like, here's, I pay off a debt. Our first complication. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. This means 6. We're lucky we got a 6. That's instant success. We're gonna put it into manual salvage. Oh no, we get a -1 to the result. Right. But 5 is we succeed, but it's either positive or neutral. But this is a risky action, so okay. Let's try to role play and like try to make some sense of what these dice really mean. You know, it's like the dice, the results mean something. The dice mean something. Our selection of actions means something to the character, to the world, to the story. We could just meta everything and say like, we're gonna put our best result in manual salvage because -1 dump stat. We want that to succeed, but as a character, like who am I really, and what do these dice mean? How do the core mechanics really reinforce the themes of the RPG or the story that you want to tell? Or just it's a board game and we want to win, so we just plug in whatever. We'll see. How we play this game will evolve over time, but it's interesting so far. It's a very vivid. Even if there isn't, even if we're just seeing the eye, we're not like seeing. And if there's some art about the people, the world still feels very evocative right now. I'm quite into it. But I'm happy that I chose to play this game first because I'm not fully recovered yet. It's just relaxing to just sit back, and roll some dice and put them into these actions. It's very chill. All right, what actions do we have? First, we have hull dissection. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. So our results are not very good. If we put this here, we have a 20% chance, 25% chance of failure. But I guess my character has never done this before, either of these things. So we're gonna have to learn from Dragos, and we gotta begin somewhere. So what if I put this here? 50% chance. Okay, we don't want to screw things up. We want to get some. We want to earn some credits, right? Cryo, sorry. So we're gonna get that. We're gonna be. So this 6 means like this is probably where we're putting most of our attention in because we don't want to screw up, right? We know we're not that good at manual salvage, so we're taking our time and care, and extra effort. Maybe this dice is like effort, or I'm not sure how we can like flavor it as. But anyway, we're putting the 6 there, and we're gonna take a risk here. Okay, it's 1 at a time. Okay, let's do this first. Start action. Manual salvage. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage, but you are no stranger to hard labor. Okay, actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something, good or bad, is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Dragos' death, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. So what did we get? Oh, boop, 1. Oh, we have to keep doing it. So repeated. Sure, let's try this. Then, after working on the manual salvage, after cutting through things with a plasma cutter, we now move on to hull dissection. Survive, find a doctor. Drives and navigation 1/2. In Citizen Sleeper, you'll unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any track drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu via the arrow button at the top of the left screen. Okay, so these are your quest objectives, but I like how they flavor it as drives. Because for me, that is super important and helps fuel the roleplay in a tabletop RPG. These are hooks. They're basically hooks or motivations for your characters. A lot of people tend to neglect this. They say like, oh, I want to play a cool character and stuff like that. But what drives you? What makes your character wake up in the morning? What does your character want? You know, it's not just the tabletop RPGs, but in any kinds of story, in a lot of other stories, in film and comics, anything. You know, you always have to ask, what does this character want in this scene? And it'll really help you as a guide, you know, for role-playing. Like, I really need to see a doctor. That's your drive. Or I really want to start the revolution. That fuels a lot of the storytelling. So right now we unlock this drive to survive. Simple enough. We need to find a doctor. You are now free to explore Erlin's Eye and make a life for yourself here. No more hand-holding. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Look for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Fill clocks as you progress stories and find new opportunities. So that's my priority. Remember to end cycle at your home when you're out of dice. Got it. Use the mouse wheel or W and S to scroll along the station. Rotate the view with A and D. Good luck. Good luck. Cool. Oh, hey, we got... Okay, neutral outcome. We have 2 dice remaining. What else can we do? So, we've helped out around the... We've helped out around the shop. Dragos thanks us for our work. Or just gives us a grunt of acceptance for a hard day's work. Repay Dragos and survive. Dragos pulled you out of the salvage and set you up. Perhaps you can repay his kindness in time. Or survive. You need access to corporate pharmaceuticals, otherwise this escape attempt will come to a rapid end. That seems quite important. So after helping out with Dragos, carefully trying to do that, we probably feeling tired. We need to find a doctor or we won't be able to work. So that's quite important. So let's find our way here in the shipyard. Wait, no. Okay, we can help out at the shipyard, but where's the doctor? Where can we start to look for a doctor? Here. Okay, it's yellow, right? Ah, no, this is track, right? Oh, wow, okay. So there's more stuff, and we can rotate with A and D. Pretty. Okay. I wonder if we'll unlock more of the station as we go. Alright. What did the yellow... Salvage sortie, cycle clock, yellow. What if we... What does yellow mean? Yeah, oh well. Survive. Let's find that doctor. I feel like that's important. Here. Let's check out the bright market after a hard day's work. Oh, so it doesn't like tell us like what action to do to find the doctor. This is like pretty much just like a... So perhaps this means like it's just a guide. Like you might find a doctor in the bright market because it makes sense. But once you get in there to the bright market, you have to do the role playing yourself. And... you know, explore and ask. Cool. Just to double check. So this means it's, you know, this might help us fulfill our drive. What if we repaid Dragos? Okay, so it does update, it does change, and it's just basically here. But we won't be able to repay Dragos if we don't survive. So we enter the Bright Market, a bustling open market. The Bright Market is the busiest part of the Eye's lower rim. You can find anything and everything here. So this is risky. So perhaps the lack of or the diminishing amount of dice kind of means maybe we're getting tired, or we're not, you know, we can't keep going the whole day. We can't keep going at our best for the entire day. So this is about pacing yourself, and I'm looking at the dice as it's us pacing ourselves throughout the day and choosing what to prioritize. Like, you know, the results are like, we're gonna put a 6 here, meaning we're gonna invest a lot of our time and effort and energy and willpower into this action. And of course, we wouldn't want to, for example, perhaps we don't want to risk getting caught. Like, maybe this is like it's a dangerous action, so we don't really have the courage for that yet. Well, these are all repeatable though, so we're gonna explore first. Before we interact with some of the locals, we need to get a sense of where we are right now. So let's explore the market. The smells, sounds, and buzzing activity of the Bright Market makes it a dizzying place to wander, but an enticing one too. Let's put a... Oh, we failed! Lost in the crowd, you struggle to keep a sense of direction. You sit in an alley, exhausted, with no idea where to go. Oh, here you go. In another game, you'd be like, quick load, and then you just do it again until you succeed. But that kind of defeats the purpose of the, you know, the risks of failure. But that sucks. We didn't like get anything out of that, or like a random encounter from that. So we have only 1 die left, and we're gonna put ourselves at risk, but we're gonna keep pushing. Maybe I want to try this. It's like, okay, we're lost. We need to find our way out. Perhaps we're starting to get desperate, and we wander off, hoping that that alleyway that we're taking is the way out. 50% chance. Let's go. We fail again, and it's just a terrible first day, chat. It's a terrible first cycle. We did not learn anything about the doctor. We are starving. This is how our run begins. Oh, we return to our empty container. Perhaps Dragos isn't even there to welcome us back, or if they were, they wouldn't really care or pretend not to care. I think Dragos does care. I think we're not the first. I keep calling them constructs, but we're not the first person that Dragos has fished out for sure. So we're out of dice. We're starving, and we haven't found a doctor. Let's end the cycle. God. We're fading. Oh, did we already fail? Did we fail already, chat? This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. We're dead. For a moment, you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Touch it. You find a point in the station and you connect to it, pulse through it, follow loops and paths under and around it. You touch more points than you have fingers, and then you try, in a moment of impulsiveness, to connect them. Oh, because we're playing the one who interfaces. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating, eddying and gathering. As you do things occur to you, things that you can't possibly know. As you do, things occur to you, things that you can't possibly know. You reach out, try to grasp them, try to touch them too. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you, insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift, or maybe it's just my hunger. You close your eyes for a second and you feel it waiting there, the station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored. And then it is gone. Ooh, hey, we got a 6. All right, good day for waking up in a freaking container. Again, let's just we're starving. Maybe we tell Dragos, I need to find a doctor. And I just like stumble out. I promise I'll get back to work as in the shipyard. I can't work in this condition. So we're gonna go back to the market and we are going to ask for directions with a 6. Why wander when there are hundreds of people that live and work within the bright market? All you need is the courage to approach them. So this is a surely positive, great success outcome. +3 to local knowledge. You end up at a drink stall, debating the finer points of the Solheim collapse. You try to remember all the tips your companions offer you. Cool. So we got a 3. Now what? Oh, what happens? Data. Eh? Okay, that is a critical action. So if it advances, maybe... When do we learn about the outcome? Oh, we know that about the outcome of asking for directions, but about the clocks, when do we get the result of that? We're not gonna like roam around again. We are unfamiliar with it. Oh, ha! We found it! Cool. New drive discovered, plus drive. Build a ship mine. Oh, we have a new drive. Build a ship mine. So perhaps we learned this from talking to the person at the stall, our first friend, or our second friend, if Dragos considers herself a friend. The first contact we made, the first acquaintance, perhaps give us a tip about building a ship mine. You've heard talk of a fabricator owned by the Ort Exchange. With that and a few fragments, you could build a ship mine core. I don't know what that is, but an art fabricator sounds like a 3D printer. Well, we're gonna continue to survive. Let's find a doctor. We asked around for Sabine, slum doctor. Oh no, wait. We need to eat, chat. We're gonna pass by maybe a noodle stand. We're gonna get some food. So Emphis is an imposing street food vendor. Oh, I like this. Emphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. So that's how you describe it. Uplit. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok. His other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red fleck dressing. The smell is incredible. I'm starving. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with a bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Approach, I'm too hungry. You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty salvagers, vac suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. I love these descriptions. They discuss the best food on the eye. This is the game master speaking to us, right? Speaking to the players. And I'm loving it. They discuss the best food in the eye, the best drink. So if you never played a tabletop RPG before, this is kind of simulating that. Like all of this narration, it comes from the game master. We as the players, we roleplay out our characters. We have the dice. We choose the actions we want to do. We fulfill our drives. We tell a story together. So it is kind of how it goes. So it's, of course, this is just me as a singular player, but imagine like a team, a crew of players trying to make their way on this station. That would actually be quite exciting. It reminds you of my Edge of the Empire sessions. Just a ragtag crew of mercenaries just trying to make it at the edge of the Empire. So they discuss the best food in the eye, the best drink, comparing notes and bright market dives. The words cut through with heavy spacer slang. Eventually, it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Emphys speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. First try is free. Oh god, I wish I could do voices. Thank him. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks. The earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy, the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you. You sleepers? Emphys says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life. A lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. Okay, that's my only option. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain. I guess I needed someone to talk to about it, right? And Dragos wasn't exactly the type. Dragos was busy. I think there's something about Emphys, true, like much like those traditional, your traditional bartender or your tavern keep. There's something about him, even though with his gruff exterior, you just want to pour your heart out to him, right? So we tell him about our journey to the eye and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. Corn Trickfoot, good afternoon. How are preparations going? Welcome back to the stream. You just got back to the stream. I just recovered from 2 weeks of not streaming. I'm not fully recovered yet, but I am negative for COVID, thankfully. I just coughed there. I'm finally tested negative, so I'm back. But yeah, loads of printing, I can imagine. But good luck with that. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it to Conquest, because timing. I missed 2 weeks of stream, so I gotta make up for that. I'm gonna be streaming more, especially Stray. But I'm gonna be out of town this week. I'm gonna be out of town, so I won't be able to play Stray. Or I'll try to play at midnight, but I think I have to get up early tomorrow morning. But yeah, I gotta wake up early tomorrow morning. So we'll see. If Stray releases at midnight, definitely I won't be able to resist. Like 100%. I'm gonna tell myself, oh, but I need to sleep early. Yeah, right. Screw that. I'm gonna play Stray. I've been waiting for that since... When was Stray announced? Stray announcement trailer. I think it was many years ago. Many years ago. Oh, releasing a teaser trailer in 2020. So it's gonna be such an emotional run for me because I can't really remember if basically the cat in Stray really reminds me of my cat who just passed away in 2020. So seeing that cat look so similar to my own cat Maple, and with the cyberpunk setting, I was gonna play it anyway, but now I'm just gonna be so emotionally attached to the cat there because of Maple. So yeah, it's gonna be... I'm so excited to play it, but also I miss Maple. I really do. Like, Maple was also the cat who would always stay in my lap whenever I played video games. If Maple were alive today, he'd be sitting on my lap right now as we enjoyed Citizen Sleeper. Speaking of Citizen Sleeper, I'm not sure if you ever heard of it, but it's interesting so far. It's really reminding me of... It's tabletop RPG inspired. It's really reminding me right now of like Disco Elysium. I wanted to play this because in anticipation for Stray, you know, dystopian setting, sci-fi, constructs, robots, stuff like that. And as you can see, this is like the game master narrating things. It's like actually right now it is essentially a dice placement board game with narrative moments. It's basically that. It's a thematic dice placement board game. Like each round, each cycle, as you see here, we get dice. We get a bunch of dice, and then it borrows clocks from like Blades in the Dark. So there are clocks, and you have objectives like here. And we're given actions and repeatable actions, and you assign dice, and there are chances of failure, great success, normal success, etc., etc., etc. And I was excited to get into this because they're going to be releasing a new expansion this month, a new story. So it's kind of like they're releasing new hardcovers, and there'll be, I think, 3 big expansions over the course of half a year. So telling a different side of the story of sleepers, that's what we are, in the eye. So it's quite a compelling setting right now. We essentially got away from indentured work because, you know, dystopian corporation bad, Wayland Yutani, blah blah blah. So we escaped that, and our consciousness was transferred into another body, and that's what sleepers are. It's an artificial we are human consciousness in an artificial body. And we're not the first sleeper to arrive on the eye to try and escape it. So we're just, as you can see, there's some survival elements as well. We are starving. I don't know if we can actually lose the game. I feel like we can. I don't know if it's like a roguelite, but like the art, it's super great. It reminds you of like Lancer, but again, thank you for tuning in. You're like, despite being so busy with Conquest, like I wish I could go and attend, but I will be out of town, so I won't be able to make it. So that's time away from Stray and time away from Conquest. But Conquest seems to be, I really hope it's gonna be start of something amazing, because it feels like I saw a meme. You know, the knights, that meme with a king and then the knights putting their swords in the middle of the table. It's like an intersection of so many different geek hobbies. And then like since I'm kind of in the middle of like different social circles in geek spaces, in the esports, in the tabletop scene, in the art scene, like people who don't even know each other, or like they're tangentially related, or you guys are like maybe acquaintances, or you've heard of this person, and then they're all coming together in Conquest. It's like, holy crap, it's like an explosion of things. So I feel like, you know, and it's like I feel like the esports person might end up at the Greasy Snitches' table, and then, you know, the Snitches, perhaps if you go into the esports scene, you like rub elbows with some of them, and then of course the artist alleys, and then with Hey Meepling. Shout out to Hey Meepling, by the way. They make some awesome physical tabletop RPG products. I have a journal of them over here. Still, it's a lovely thing. It's still working, and you see, I don't mind. Remember, this is your initial release with like the oil problem, but for me it adds character to it. So it's a really beautiful handmade, personalized material for it. It is kind of a bummer when the pandemic started and everything was just like digital, so we didn't get to use this much, but okay, all my notes were here. But now that we're getting back into physical gaming spaces, thank you for putting that link over there. But now that we're getting back into the physical spaces slowly but surely, we're gonna need more of those journals and everything. Exactly. But I mean, understandably, like doing all these, I feel like now it's really gonna be a mix, right? It's gonna be a mix of, because online games, they do work anyway, and we do have a lot of online tools, and it is convenient. You know, you don't have to commute or spend so much on travel. You definitely save time and effort, and it's easier to get people together. But you know, I do miss physical games, and writing notes physically, it just, for me, just adds to it. Like now I'm just like typing things up on Evernote. I know it's super convenient, but you really can't beat like a physical journal for me. Anyway, getting back to it, as you can see, we are starving, and we have these different drives right now. A salvager named Dragos was the one that fished us out of the container. There were apparently 10 others, 10 other sleepers. We were all trying to escape the evil corpo. They did something terrible to us. We were basically slaves, I guess. So Dragos helped us out, and now we're trying to get the bite to eat, because we spent our first cycle wandering the streets of we've never been here before, and then my rolls were shitty. So I failed twice. I got lost, I starved, and I didn't find the doctor. But now we found the doctor. But before we're gonna head to the doctor, we wanted to get some food. And Emphis here, he just says that, you know, as you can see here, he knows what we are, sleepers. And the first taste is free. So we're gonna get some free food. And we just can't help but open up to him. So we begin to tell him about our journey to the eye. The eye is where we are right now. And he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems, you tell him, like some dream that you once had, but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. No, it's just, you know, these are the kind of like narrations and outcomes to the player's actions. Like I want to be able to narrate like this as like, I guess, a game master, and it seems so simple, but when you're in the moment, it can be very difficult. It's really a skill, really, to like, you know, kudos to like the forever game masters, like you included. It is a tough job. Like people underestimate how much effort and skill and the creativity, how much creativity it takes to be a game master, and how you're balancing all these different roles. And it's always a fascinating point to share with people who've never heard of tabletop RPGs. I always love to emphasize that nature of, you know, you are an actor, a director, a writer, and an improv theater. It's improv theater. It's all in one. And that's why now people are slowly starting to realize, you know, the potential of tabletop RPGs as a source. You know how Hollywood almost always now gravitates towards adapting novels or television series. In fact, a lot of the things we watch today, I've realized that there's always a based on novel by, based on the comic by. It's always based on something now. It's nothing new. But then now it's like based on the tabletop RPG. It's amazing. Like, just before we get back into the game, for me, The Expanse is, if you want an example of, you know, of trying to, if you want to convince people that the stories here are worth telling, tell them about The Expanse. It not only is critically acclaimed, it is an amazing series if it's your thing. I haven't finished it yet, but I do recommend The Expanse if you want kind of hard sci-fi. It's more hard sci-fi about a ragtag bunch of crew, a ragtag crew of, you know, working class folk just trying to make it and survive in a world full of conspiracy in between war between Mars, Earth, and other and the Belters with a lot of political intrigue, and it's a really amazing setting. But a lot of people don't know that it began as a tabletop RPG campaign. um, the Expanse novels were written based on a bunch of dudes playing a tabletop RPG. You know, Amos, Holden, all those characters you see, they were based on their player characters. So the authors, they played. They had an amazing. They had a campaign. They wrote novels about their campaign. The novels became the series, and then now it's come full circle. There's now the official Expanse tabletop RPG, which is based on the novel. So it's like it's come full circle. It's come back to its roots. The Expanse is back to the tabletop. But yeah, it's that. It's it's like that came from a tabletop RPG. It's great. Like the novels in the series came from that. So anyway, for me, that's my prediction for the future. My prediction for the future is we're gonna see more of that now. We're gonna see more, especially from the local scene. We're getting such a like we're getting such amazing. We have such talented artists and creators. My prediction for the future is that we're gonna see more adaptations of tabletop RPGs. Not just that, Tales from the Loop. Okay, Tales from the Loop was an art book, and then it became an RPG. And then now there's a television series based on the art. And then also a fun fact, they're also gonna adapt Electric State. Electric State is kind of like, it's not in the same universe as far as I can tell, but it's from the same artist, Simon Stalenhag. Amazing artist. That's the kind of shit I love. You know, this kind of art I really love. Simon Stalenhag, who created such an evocative body of work, with Tales from the Loop, Things from the Flood, Electric State, and then they're starring Millie Bobby Brown. They're gonna be adapting from Tales from the Loop. Now they're gonna do Electric State. It's based on Simon Stalenhag's work. But there is an RPG based on Tales from the Loop and Things from the Flood. And what was I saying? Alice is Missing. Is that the RPG? There's a television series going to be based. This is what really made me click, and I thought, this is the beginning. This is the beginning. You know, it's not just Critical Role. Critical Role is another massive example of cross-media pollination from a tabletop RPG scene going into cross-media with comics, merchandise, television series. That is a dream, right? But there's an indie RPG I think called Alice is Missing. It's based on like texting. It's an RPG where the method is texting, like literal texting. There's a television series going to be based on that. I'm not sure if it's a podcast. There. Alice is Missing. It's an immersive RPG played entirely via text. It's a silent role-playing game about the disappearance of Alice Briarwood. Alice is Missing is going to be adapted into a television show. So when I saw that, I'm like, oh no, not television show, a movie. Alice is Missing movie is in the works. It's based on the game. So that for me, that's like, oh wow, they're starting now. You know, they looked at this it's a very niche independent RPG, right? It's a silent RPG through texting. I heard great things about it. It's something I want to experience, but it simulates that. I think the players text each other, the players text each other, and that's how you play. And it seems quite fascinating, and the premise was so interesting that they're making a movie. So it's just a matter of time. That is my prediction. If it comes true, you can refer to this VOD again. It's coming together, chat. And Critical Role and other shows in that vein are also really pushing that boundary. They really, you know, people are starting to realize that, holy crap, okay, not only is there stories in this, but to kind of corporations can also look at it, and studios can also look at it and say, hey, there's money in it. Reality is you gotta earn money. You gotta put in money to make money, right? And all I want, that's my point. It's just, we're gonna get to that point eventually. Mark my words. Or it's already happening and I'm just not aware of it. I don't know, chat. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted there. Thank you for tuning again, Corin Trickfoot. I'm just excited to get back into it. I'm excited to get into Stray. I really hope it releases at midnight. I really hope it does. So anyway, we interrupted the moment with Emphys here. Emphys is feeding us because we are starving right now. Look at this. We have nothing. I thought my character was gonna die in the first cycle. And for some reason we opened up to him while we were eating. And he gave it to the first taste is free, and he says, he places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time, we can talk some more. He smiles. But next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner side and shuts off. And it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the walk. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms. You actually noticed that. Each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Ah, we're not gonna starve to death. Yes. Okay, this day's going well, chat. We're got it. This is the eye, by the way. This is the station we're on. We found a doctor. We were able to ask around. Thankfully, we didn't end up involved with shady folks. Someone from a stall helped us out and pointed us towards Sabine, a slum doctor. And we're gonna talk to Sabine right now. Because we need medication. That's another point of, we are dying, okay? We're literally dying. Our artificial body is dying, and the way the corporations keep you, the way they trap you is that you need their meds to survive. It's very Deus Ex, like with the people who have to get augmentations to work at the corporation, but you need neuropazine to function. It's kind of like that. So now that we've disconnected from the corporation, we have no health insurance. We have no health plan anymore. We need meds to survive. So our priority was finding a doctor, and I hope Sabine can help us. So we end up in the Hab block, a decaying habitation block. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now you are here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying Hab block. Ugh, it's one of those doctors. They have all made the long queue a test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, your body will. You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. Look inside. You lean against a door frame and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by the green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see amber light filtering through a far doorway, screened with plastic sheeting, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you awake. Wait your turn, he growls. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway, and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head, and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market-sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment, you're transfixed by the motion. Oh, this is Sabine, a doctor in the bright market. Come, sit, comes a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink, and then quickly regain their composure. Please sit. They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. Oh, kinda got that then. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been in the station? They ask, the scanners still to their eye. Yeah, the character design, right? This art is very reminiscent for me of Lancer. I've been saying it since the beginning of the stream. Like, everything right now is reminding me of the Lancer aesthetic. Lancer is also something that I think I was telling you about this, the Mud and Lasers mech campaign. It's a great RPG. I'm not sure, I'm gonna check. The art is very similar. Citizen Sleeper Artist. Gareth Damian Martin. And sketches and character art from comic artist Guillaume Singelin. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Yeah, okay, different artists. But it also reminds me of art from a comic called Kill 6 Billion Demons. That artist went on to make the art for Lancer. I haven't read the comic myself, but my friend is a huge fan of it. Kill 6 Billion Demons, if you want to check that out. The art is like this. How long have you been in the station? They ask, the scanner still to their eye. A few cycles. A few cycles. They nod. It's good you came to me. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying. They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNARP doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. It's obsolete, so it's obsolescence? Or is it obsolescence? Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SNARP remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar? Yes, no. I'm still not sure who my character is, but we chose an interfacer intellectual kind of type. How do you know this? They shift in their seat. You aren't the first sleeper I've encountered. You wait for more, but they go back to their inspection. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm. And SNARP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Oh shit. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something. Anything. Wow, can they just delay? Like, are we going to die? Oh. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help. They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside? You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. They give me the space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. But Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Starward Belt. Mercenaries working for the corporations in Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but I think we can do it. Why help me? Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level... Okay, I'm predicting. I'm thinking Sabine... I'm just like theorizing here. Sabine, it feels like, it sounds like, it looks like Sabine used to be part of that corporation and used to be the one administering the meds. Probably, you know, and she, they probably felt guilty about being complicit in all of that, and they left and they ended up here. Probably. That's my take on the character right now. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Well, that is eventful. We have 2 dice left. Wait for Sabine to acquire the stabilizer. Cool. So I don't even have a name for my character yet. Let's just call her Daisy. Why not? It's easier. Daisy. Wait for Sabine to acquire the stabilizer. Sourcing stabilizer. Sabine thinks they can source some stabilizer through Yatagan, but it is going to take a few cycles. I believe this is going to bring up a lot of complications. Yatagan sounds like the mafia. But now that we've eaten, Daisy was able to find some food thanks to a generous street food vendor. We're also very fortunate to meet Sabine, underworld doctor who's willing to help us. So now let's return to Dragos and help Dragos repay that debt. Let's build a ship mine another time, but we weren't able to help Dragos this morning, quote unquote, this at the beginning of the cycle because we were starving. We promised Dragos we were going to help him out after we got some food and found a doctor. We did. So let's get back and do some work for Dragos. And speed that along. So, hull dissection. We realized that we probably don't have enough energy left for doing manual salvage. It's not our forte. Our frame is not designed for manual salvage. So we're gonna continue with the hull dissection. More precise work. So if you see here, it's a risky action. Very Blades. You have risky, safe, dangerous. With a result of 3, we have a 25% chance of a negative outcome. 50% chance for neutral, and a 20% chance for a great success, a positive success. So start action. So we got two ticks to the clock for back in business, where we're gonna help Dragos pay off some debts, and that worked out quite well. Beneath the pockmarked hulls, you find hidden containers, alloy plating, and wire bundles thick as your arm, preserved in their trunking. Let's do that again. Let's keep going. Come on. Oh, okay, regular success. It takes you a while to get a handle on Dragos' equipment, but before long, you are precisely slicing down hull plates into neat piles. And now that we're out of dice, that's it for the cycle. We return to our container home and hope the next cycle brings in more opportunities. All cycles need to end, rest, and prepare for the next one. I think we need to maintain our energy. Somehow. Oh shit, we need to eat. But Dragos is paying us, so maybe we'll be able to afford some food. Okay. I haven't found actions yet that take advantage of our frame's abilities. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparks with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. I think this is our frame, the interfacing. Between the threads, you see bright shapes. Caches. You know, I'm really so annoyed. I keep forgetting how to pronounce cache. Cache. It is cache. It's not cache. Cache. Okay. Between the threads, you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leaping off into the void. You begin to understand. These are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse. But you begin to try. Focus on the nodes. The nodes are glassy, bright, but in all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid, or a triangle. Dimensions are difficult here, and lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. But before you can glimpse inside, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you'll need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then, that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions as if they were tied around you. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something, a sphere shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. Oh no, it's the Eye of Sauron. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. Shit, is the corporation going to try and hunt us down? Aren't they just gonna let us expire? Because they know the meds are like, I don't know. Are we that, corporate? Do we have that much valuable information in the corporation that they're willing to hunt us down and silence us? You open your eyes. Time is short. Shit. We have shitty rolls this cycle. Oh, frack. This is a cycle clock. Someone out there is tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. See, in this keeps up the pressure, right? Like in Blades in the Dark, that heat, it's coming closer, ever closer. It's that mounting tension. Shit. Tutorial, the cloud. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the Eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the I button at the top of the screen to toggle this view on and off. Ooh, okay. Boom. It's like accessing subsystems. Okay. Keynote 0102. Okay, this is my frames. This is my frames wheelhouse, I think. Heaven Gate H4. Oh my god. Okay, so at least we get to wait for Sabine's surgery. We still need 2 more cycles. Let's get to know Emphis. Emphis loves 2 things, stories and food. Maybe if you supply him with both, you can hear his story. I guess this is our routine. We need to eat. We're gonna starve if we don't. Let's see how much. Let's visit Emphis. Like, let's make it a habit. Share some stories. Eat some food to begin our day. And maybe we can try delving into the cloud. Yatagan agent. We can even access the Yatagan. Let's see what happens when we click. Data actions. So there's a whole layer here for like the virtual space. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the Eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. Oh, you gotta match the result. If you have a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill, you'll be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. Once unlocked, the data can be extracted. So we have interface +1, so we can use a 2 result for this. Once unlocked, data can be extracted. We have a 2 result. This is perfect. Okay. We're gonna leave that for later. So we can access the Yatagan agent for that. First, we're gonna meet Emphis. There's so much to do. My playthrough is gonna be completely different from other players. What's happening here? Why is there a... Okay, Hellion Crossing. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Hellion system are rare, but those that do always return, eventually. So, okay, maybe a merchant caravan will arrive? Leave. So many clocks. I wish there was like a clock view, like if there was a drop down that could... this is our character, by the way. It's a frame. This is our frame. Oh, wait. We have 1 upgrade point, 2 upgrade points, 3 points. What do I do? Can we like... can't upgrade. Okay. Yeah, there's so much happening. What's this? Port exchange, hardware exchange. Dock B2. What's happening in Dock B2? Salvage sortie. It takes several cycles to reach the Starward Belt and return. Loaded with scraps from old wrecks. So those are the ongoing clocks. Like, I wish we had a summary. Like, boom. Like, click and then see. But instead, we gotta like manually go to each one and then check out their clocks. And we're probably gonna miss out on some things, which is fine. Let's just play this. Let's role play this, all right? Let's role play this. We're walking through the station. We're going to Emphasis' stall. We need some food in our belly. Let's order some fungus. We need 15 cryo. Okay, not bad. And we don't need dice for this, which is good. So it's just a maintenance fee. Let's pay some cryos. So fungus fan. Amphis doesn't trust people easily, but he notices his regular customers in his own quiet way. Cool, cool. Amphis's spiced fungus is one of the few things potent enough to stimulate your limited taste sensors. It's incredible stuff. Let's order some fungus. 15's not so bad. We just have to make sure we work every day. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. We can keep buying, but let's save our. Let's just eat once a day. So I nod and thank Amphis. Probably share a short story or two, perhaps about what I remember of my time in the corporation, or before that, before signing on, or what drove me to that, maybe. Like, what drove me to sign those papers and join the corporation? Why did I sign my life away? And what did the evil corporation do to me to make me want to escape? Then Mother, how's this? Welcome. What is this? You missed me for 2 weeks. I'm so sorry. And I missed Landas. And I forgot to update people because I was still positive for COVID. But I'm fine now. I'm not totally recovered yet, but I'm negative now. I'm just kind of tired, feeling a bit lethargic, but we're back in the saddle. I wanted to ease myself back in. We're playing Citizen Sleeper. I'm not sure if you've heard of it before. It's kind of like a tabletop RPG. So, as you can see, it's like a dice placement board game. Memeing cats, thank you so much for your 5th month. Cats. Speaking of cats, then Mother, the timing is so off though, because I'm gonna be out of town, so I won't be able to play Stray. But I'm so excited to play Stray because Stray looked like my. I swear, when we begin, I'm gonna show a picture of Maple. It looks so much like the Stray cat. When it was first announced, I wanted to play it with Maple, but Maple passed, so. It's gonna be in honor of Maple. It's gonna be an emotional journey for me, and it's gonna be a lovely intersection of cats and cyberpunk. So speaking of cyberpunk, this is Citizen Sleeper. It is a tabletop RPG inspired game about role-playing in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. So it's kind of like there's a dystopian feel to it. We're a sleeper, a human consciousness transferred to an artificial body. We were able to escape from the evil corporation, from indentured servitude. We were able to escape to the Eye, the station that we're in right now. And with the help from some people, we're able to make a living. However, the corporation does not, Epps and Am, I think, they hate having their proprietary technology loose. So how they keep you in the corporation is you need meds to survive. And the corporation provides those meds. So now that we've now that we've run away from the corporation, we are literally dying. But those meds are proprietary technology. You can only find them in the black market. So it's tough. So we're literally dying. We have to find a doctor, and we're just so lucky. We found an underworld doctor who seems to know their shit. Their name's Sabine, and Sabine is gonna try to contact the Yatagan, who I think the mafia here, the mob. I think that's gonna lead to complications, but to survive, we need those meds from the black market. So as you can see, we each cycle we get a bunch of dice. I mentioned it's a dice placement board game because we assign these to actions, but they take some elements from Blades in the Dark. There are a bunch of clocks, as you can see. So many clocks everywhere. Cycle clocks, 100 clocks, just reminding you that the world is moving. People are hunting you down. People are making a living, and of course, with these results, shit happens. The higher our dice results, the higher chances are of success, And there's no quick saving and quick loading here. So we have to own up to our failures. And there's this whole layer of the cloud. This is what my frame was built for. This is us, by the way. We chose this frame, which has a +1 to interfacing. So we're gonna get upgrade points soon, I guess. So we're not really good with enduring. We're not really good with hard labor. So we're getting into the rhythm. It's our 3rd cycle right now. It's pretty intriguing so far, but there are a lot of seeds here and there. Like we escaped from the corporation, but there were 9 others. There were 9 other sleepers, but so far we're the only ones who made it. I'm thinking if we lose and start a new cycle, I'm thinking those other 9 are basically the PCs, us. And I wanted to get into this because they are going to be adding new stories, new sleepers, new stories, and there will be 3 big expansions over the coming year. The first one will be released this month. So actually, yeah, I was recommending like Solasta, but this one does fall in line with that. If you're interested in this game, I don't think it's gonna like. There's so many options that my playthrough right now is gonna be so different from yours. Like, there's so many different actions to do, and you only have so many actions to do in a cycle. And I may succeed in some things where your character may fail. So yeah, I'd love to see your playthrough of this, and I'm kind of trying to develop like who I am as a character. I'm trying to narratively figure out what these dice mean to me, and I'm slowly but surely trying to get a handle of who I am. And this game really tells about. I love the intro spiel. It's very Disco Elysium. It's since we fled, right? But we didn't exactly flee physically. Our consciousness was the one that fled. I believe, from what we can tell, we copied ourselves onto another body. So there's this whole feeling that this body is not ours. It feels we're trying to connect with it, but we're in a place where we are in unfamiliar territory, in a body that doesn't feel like our own. So it's also it's kind of compelling in that sense, and we're learning more, but we're meeting more people in the eye, and I'm excited to just learn more about it. And Disco Elysium is something I definitely want to play in the future. People have been asking me to play Disco Elysium on stream, and it's a blessing in disguise actually that I didn't finish it, because I was busy with other games, because the final cut was released with full voice acting. So I think it's the best time now to like play Disco Elysium. Like, even without voice acting, it was a phenomenal experience for the few hours I played. But with the voice acting, that's definitely something I'd be excited to stream at some point. After Stray, of course. After Stray, chat. Stray is gonna occupy my life. I know it's gonna be like maybe just 8 hours. It's not a very long game, but I'm so happy Stray is getting good reviews. I don't know if it's the bias for cats, because internet gamers, cats, but I'm really glad it's getting decent reviews. So after that, after a cat-filled week, I'm gonna consider jumping into like Disco Elysium. And yeah, it's a very classic concept we have. As Corin mentioned earlier, it's about transhumanism and having those existential crises over what your body means to you, or changing those bits and pieces, and is that still you, or is that you, and what's the meaning of your actions in the cold, hard, in this unfeeling vacuum of space, etc., etc. I don't know. Anyway, it's quite exciting, but as someone with ADD, I just see all of these little blips, and I'm like, oh, I want to try this, but I want to try this too. See, there's an entire layer of interfacing right now. The virtual space, and then you also need that's asking for your dice as well. And so far, we only have like 3 dice. And I guess we get a maximum of 5. So we essentially get a maximum of like 5 actions, dice actions a cycle. And we have to watch our hunger. Not only that, we have to watch our energy. So these are separate resources we have to keep track of. But at the same time, the corporation is hunting us. As you can see, there's a here. No, not that call then. But we're being hunted. Someone is tracking us. We don't know what is tracking us. So it's I can feel it now. I can feel the pressure mounting. And these are other events in the station, the docks that are happening, like people come and go. It feels like a living, breathing station. Even if it's just icons, if we don't, like, I'd love to see the inside of the station, but even if it's just icons and you're just like plugging in dice and clicking a button to do it, it's the way it's written right now. You know, it's very compelling for me. So we visited Memphis. Memphis was a very they gave us a free meal, preventing us from starving, because our first cycle was we were wandering aimlessly. I failed my rolls. I got lost. I started to starve. And here we go. Let's try and go into this space. We're curious about it. Maybe after going to the fungus stall of Memphis, passing by this place, feeling the connections in the way we're interfacing unconsciously with the station, I'm so curious about interacting with this Yatagan agent, because I know it isn't, something feels off. The doctor definitely has tapped into the black market. The doctor is working for the mafia to patch them up. They're probably left with not many options, but I want to get more info on the Yatagan, see who we're dealing with. So fortunately, we have a +1 because of our frame, so we get to use 2 dice, 2 result die. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't stick. Oh, I have to match it here. Ah, okay, wait, sorry. So I need to use the same result. Okay. Yeah, so like here you need a 1 to access this, and we'll get data. So Yatagan agent. Some gang enforcers' implants are chirping out comm signal. Time to see what they're talking about. Yeah, let's check it out, you know? I don't want them to screw over Sabine. Sabine's already going out on a limb to help us. Extract data. Neutral outcome, Yatagan data. A data cache skimmed from Yatagan hardware. Okay, so I have data. I guess we use this in, well, I guess we're arming ourselves with data we can use, perhaps maybe as leverage or to get us out of a situation, maybe. I was hoping to like read something, but you know, I guess the abstract nature of it is fine. It still makes sense for me, because what I love are thematic board games. I love it when the mechanics make thematic sense, or support and enrich the story. Like, we had that whole, you know, initially, and people were having a distinction between like Ameritrash and Euro board games, where Ameritrash, it's still a strange term. I don't know if they still use that term, but Ameritrash being light on mechanics but heavy on theme, whereas Euro games were more like heavy on mechanics but, you know, stereotypically known to be dry or light on theme. But then now board games have come to a point where the distinction is not really there anymore, where people have started to place an equal importance on mechanics and theme. So it's lovely seeing how the board games have developed over time. So you're seeing amazing art and amazing stories and amazing themes coming out of board games, but at the same time with some compelling mechanics which help. It's a fun to play with those mechanics, but it also enforces the board games. It enriches the board game story. So I'm kind of getting that vibe here so far. So I don't know what this means exactly, but it's like in a board game, you get Yatagan data chip. So you have like a chip right now, and we can like put it somewhere, I guess. So we, after eating some fungus, we passed by the Yatagan agent. We couldn't resist, but we reached out into cyberspace and we extracted some data, which will hopefully arm us moving it forward. Because to help Sabine or to help ourselves, because Sabine right now we're waiting for Sabine to get some medicine for us, and I don't want them to suffer because they're trying to help us. So we have 2 dice actions remaining, and I want to try out something else. Let's try um building a ship mind. So this drive is here. We're trying to build a foundation to survive. I don't know what a ship mind is yet, but you've heard talk of a fabricator owned by the Ord Exchange. With that and a few fragments, you could build a ship mind core. I don't know what that means. Thank you for those redeems. I do need to. This is a lot of reading. It will be better. Oh, no, excuse me. Didn't drink that properly. Oh, Passion is sleeping. And Passion's deaf, so she's not waking up. You know, look how calm Passion is. She's just sleeping over there. Actually, I don't have to lower my voice because, as I said, Passion's deaf or hard of hearing, so she's not gonna wake up. A pet from afar. I'm looking for Maya though. Maya. And I love it when cats respond to when they're called. That feeling of I call for Maya, and then Maya, there, Maya. Did you hear that meow? I love it when you respond to your name, Maya. Maya, come here. But people are outside, so Maya's curious about who those people are outside. Family's visiting. That's why we're going out of town this week. So Maya, hello, hi. Yeah, we're gonna play cat game tonight. I don't know when Stray's releasing. If Stray's releasing midnight our time or tomorrow, I don't know. Um, but when Stray comes out, I'm definitely gonna be playing it, and you're gonna watch. You're gonna watch me play as a cat who looks like Maple. You miss Maple? You miss your brother? So they didn't get along at first, but eventually, one of my most heartwarming moments as a pet dad, as a cat dad, was when Maya eventually warmed up to Maple when Maple was a kitten, and then Maya started grooming Maple. I know it's a sign. So it could also mean that the cat's establishing dominance when they groomed the other one, right? But they were able to establish that hierarchy, and Maya was like grooming Maple, and then I'd catch them like cuddling in the cat tower, and then sleeping together. It is so adorable. Thank you. Thank you for being so kind. I gave you all the pets. Oh, Passion's awake. Yeah, Maya's older by a year. Yeah, so Passion's the one who was a bit more finicky. If you try to pick up Passion, it'll try to escape. Aw, thank you for clipping that. It's gonna be immortalized forever. I keep forgetting. I also have a clip button. I should remember to, like, if something cute or awesome happens, whether in the game or with the cats, clip it. Oh wow, it's very. Oh god, Passion, you're on stream. Please, cats. We're gonna we're gonna play Stray, chat. Uh, but for now, I feel like I need to cover up. No, you know, it's nature. Just observe nature at work, chat. It's this is um the beautiful way cats groom themselves. I just like watching Passion on the screen. Okay. Okay. Super distracted. What was I going to do? Right, we're gonna try. I don't know what the ship mind is. We are going to go to a ship mind and figure what that is about. But how's V Rising going? And I haven't been able to follow that. How's season 2 developing? I hear you're playing a villain. That's gonna be different. And I also love how you also have art for your characters. Okay, what's the ship mind? Oh, okay, you got murdered on Sunday. Okay, that's nothing to laugh about. Okay, it's a role playing session. Was it a good death? Well, was there a good story surrounding that death? Because a lot of people think like, oh no, death is the end of all things, but you know, a lot of great moments happen around character deaths. But of course, there are times where it's just you just die, and there's no glorious fanfare of it. There's no last words in a desperate struggle. Sometimes the RPG world is just harsh, and you just die from, I don't know, a goblin who just crit you or something. You know, not a very glorious death. Okay, we have multiple places we can visit to ask about the Ort Fabricator. But on the way back to Dragos' salvage yard, let's go to the Ort Exchange first. So, this is the Ort Exchange. Our actions are play the exchange. The flow of chits and components in the exchange is complex, but a sharp eye and some tight trades can net you a good margin. We're gonna play stocks here. Sell components. The Ort Exchange is always hungry for new hardware to buy up, break down, and sell off. And you're happy to supply it. Okay, you killed people. What is your motivation for murdering people? Like, as a villain? You killed a lovable NPC in front of people, and then 3 people killed you and they got the ritual done to sever the old gods in the land. Yeah, that seems like a way to go. Like, you were about to bring the old gods back and sending them all these creatures. They killed you, and the place of the old god was trapped for millennia and got reincarnated. Yeah, that is... Okay, that seems like an awesome way to go as a villain. You know, you're doing what fulfilled you as a being, as a vampire villain. Bringing back the old gods, and you know, of course, the heroes stepped up to the plate and stopped you. But you know, it sounds like you're able to make some progress, and they did suffer at your hands for a while. Like a villain with teeth, definitely. The worst part would be, you know, those ineffective villains who don't really provide a threat to, you know, players or characters. You want the villain to be a threat to scare the players, right? So I hope you're able to do that. But congratulations on completing that arc and almost succeeding. But, you know, I guess the heroes won. Meh. They won for now. and you own their souls. But then now that they killed, they gave you final death. Is that a thing there? Like vampire final death. Well, if they give you final death, then I guess there's what happens to their souls? Are you just free now? Oh, your den kids characters that are. Oh, okay. So your villain also, it is one of those villains. It wasn't like a ha ha ha, I want to destroy the world. It is a relatable villain with actual like relatable issues to get attached to, and that's probably what drove them to do what they did, or maybe that's subconsciously part of it. But I see. So it's like multifaceted and multi-layered, just how I like it. But of course, once in a while, it's just once in a while it's what's the word I'm looking for? Once in a while you just want junk food and that megalomaniac supervillain from like Saturday morning cartoons. Sometimes you're just in the mood for that. But sometimes you're in the mood also for villains with a point. Or villains with a good argument. Or villains who you know why. Or for me, of course, my preference is for me some of the best villains are the characters that are the villains that could have been you if you were in their situation. It, you know, makes you think like, man, I was just like one step away from controlling the galaxy or something. Oh no. You're being used. Okay, that is... I'm not sure if the text can be easily seen with... there, it's easier to see. Or people can see it on chat. Yeah. Yeah, and like what you bring forward as that, or like whatever rules of reincarnation you're following. Like, is there that... You know, like what kind of reincarnation are we talking about in terms of... Like, do you remember your past lives, or are you in touch with it some way, or what carries forward really, or are you just an entirely different person? All these questions, I can see how compelling that could be. And I guess there was, yeah, and the tragedy of just being used that way. And people, it's easy to say that there's always a choice. It's super easy to say that, but not everyone, you know, more often than not, people are trapped by the circumstances. And in your character's case, it is that the vessel. So really had to be stopped by the heroes because, you know, old gods, they don't want the old gods to end reality as we know it. But yeah, I'm glad that you're able to have that adopted kid. It softens the heart and brings things into perspective. But it's one of those things, I guess, where it's too late. Too little too late. Ah, okay. So he remembers his past. Please do. Please do share a story. I mean, I'm supposed to be sharing more stuff on Discord, but I know I'm not exactly that active on there. It's not really a habit yet, but I do appreciate shares like that. And I always do appreciate how you all put that much effort in. For me, I'm just like, I'm so in the moment. I enjoy the moment. I love it. But then like after the end of the session, I'm lazy to like create those kind of like end texts or fiction out of it. But I do take notes. I'm a player who takes notes. But once the session's done, I get too lazy to like... It's all in my head. But to put it down on paper, that is a lot of effort. But I like how you're building this body of work and stuff like that. It's immortalized in that text. I see. The season ends tomorrow. So finale tomorrow. I'll be super busy tomorrow, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to catch it. But yes, take that RP seriously. I do appreciate that. And I love it when, I always love it when there are artists and writers at the table. Like, it's really a different experience if there are writers and artists at the table. I mean, it's not just because of the doodles that we get after the game, but it's the perspective that they're able to provide. They understand, or they're more aware of like narrative structures or what they want out of their characters. It's a different experience. I'm not saying it's better, but because there's also a great magical experience, and you already talked about this, about newbies, right? Newbies who have no experience and they're getting into the first time. They also provide such awesome moments because they have nothing holding them back, or initially they'll have a lot holding them back. Like maybe they're not sure, like, oh, it's my first time, role-playing feels weird, blah blah blah. But then once they actually open up, then that's where they even do stuff that veterans wouldn't expect. I always love that. It's a different experience. I'm not gonna believe that anymore, Den Mother. When you say, oh, it's supposed to be a chill episode. No, I don't think it's ever gonna be a chill episode. I just speak in Japanese, and then suddenly things happen with Miku. Like what was I expecting? I was not expecting the mafia. So, yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that, and I'm gonna catch up with what happened last weekend, but I'm looking forward to dealing with that trouble. I think you did mention when I first gave you that summary about who I thought Miku was, and you were talking about how now I have an excuse to bring the Yakuza in. I mean, feel free, do it. I learned something new that day, and now Miku's going to learn the hard way, and hopefully not put everyone in peril and jeopardy. At the end of the day, I just hope we survive. And I think the goal now is to have an actual chill session. Maybe that's the short-term goal, right? Maybe that is the end of the current, the current struggles that we have right now. It's like, when will we find peace, even for a moment? That would be meaningful as well. I see. That's still emotional knifing, which can do more damage. It can sometimes do more damage than a critical hit. It's a critical hit to, it's critical hit for emotional damage. Okay, I'm looking at the exchange. There's a clock over here to progress with these actions. Trusted trader. There's an old ship mine fabrication stack in the back of the market, but only trusted traders get access to it. I'm not really feeling like playing the market right now, so I'm gonna check the other stuff that might further this goal. Maybe we can get it from a merchant coming from one of these docks. Let's check it out. So, Helion Crossing. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Helion system are rare, but those that do eventually return. Eventually. So, there's no way to advance this right now. I guess we have to wait for the merchants. And maybe they'll have an ort fabricator. I don't know if I want to work or take that long. We have a 3 right now. The 3 provides it's 25% chance of failure, but 75% chance of succeeding. And within that 75%, 25% of that is, or 25% chance of great success, 50% chance of neutral success, 25% chance of failure. I think that's okay. We could probably try and play the market that way. To try and get that ort fabricator faster, because we can't just sit on our asses and wait for the salvage sortie and the merchant caravan. The dice is a d6. Yes, the dice are d6, and they're rolled at the beginning of every round, of every cycle. And 6 is a guaranteed good success, or great success. Wait, there's a major character death? Oh. Was it a character I got to know? Oh no. Well, my character is the newbie, so she doesn't have close ties yet. But major character death is a big moment. And Sam as a vengeful mage? But Sam seemed like... I'm not surprised that Sam had that side to her, but at the same time, it's one of those things. Like I'm when I first met Sam, I imagined Sam as, you know, in anime, there's that mild-mannered, very polite, kind of soft-spoken, good-hearted, either a healer, priestess, mage. It seemed like that. And then I guess now, wow, vengeance. I guess that changes a mage. And the dice, sorry, I forgot to answer that. And the dice is what we assign to actions. Like for the art exchange, we can assign dice here. Like if you want to assign a 3 to play the exchange, these are our possible results. And that's basically the game for now. And then we get narrative beats and suffer the consequences of our actions. So we don't have any scrap components. So trying to note, I'm gonna forget this obviously, but scrap to sell components. Okay. You know, let's explore. Let's see what we can do. Shipyard. Yard hand. The only way to get to know the shipyard is to work there, but this doesn't fulfill any of our drives, does it? Oh, here. Get to know Emphis. Ah, we already did that. Get to know Emphis. Survive. Wait for Sabine to acquire the stabilizer. Repay Dragos. Let's try to gain access to the Ort Fabricator. And then let's use this 2 to work at Dragos. We need income because we need to feed ourselves. So you can actually play this game without even role-playing at all. You can just treat it as a board game that you want to win. And you can like meta the hell out of it, from what I can see. You can play the game to win, but I'm trying to like balance it out and say my character wouldn't, for example, my character wouldn't go to the shipyard and start working there out of the blue. Like something would have to lead her to it. But it seems like the ship mind is an important thing I have related to my drive. So I'm going to try to play the market. And much like Blades in the Dark, if it's a risky action, the consequences are harsher. And if it's like it's like this is your position. It's Blades in the Dark's position. I wouldn't be surprised if the creators of this game played and, you know, you could port this game into Forge in the Dark. This could be a setting for Forge in the Dark. Starting, we got a neutral success, a neutral outcome. We get 1 to the clock for Trusted Trader. If we fill this up, we'll have the credentials to get an Ort Fabricator. An Ort Fabricator, I guess, is a 3D printer to print out what we need, and that seems like something we'll need in the long run. Oh man, Blades is... Okay, I haven't played that many systems, but Blades in the Dark is solid. Like, I love it. And not just because I love the whole... If you know Dishonored video game series, Dishonored is one of my favorite game worlds. One of my favorite settings is Dishonored. Blades in the Dark, that's one of the touchstones. Dishonored was one of the touchstones for the setting. So it's this Victorian punk kind of with occultic accents, and it's such a lovely setting. And not only do I love the setting, but the way the game plays as well. It's a great mix between PBTA and more crunchy systems. Because PBTA is great, but I personally am not a fan of the heavy lean into narrative and moves. Blades in the Dark has numbers in it and mechanical systems for growth and skill points and skill levels. It retains that, but they minimize the skill list into general moves, and it has board gamey elements in terms of the faction gameplay, which is similar to this with the clocks. And clocks, I think are from Blades in the Dark. Clocks, which help keep track of events in the world. Clocks is a system that you can port into any of your RPGs. I highly recommend using clocks. It keeps the tension up. It helps, and it's a practical solution as well to help the table at a glance keep track of what's going on in the world, off screen and on screen. And it heightens the tension once those clocks start to fill up. And not only, and you play as a crew. There's also crew gameplay to Blades in the Dark, where you develop your crew, you develop your hideout, you develop your connections, you build and destroy relationships with the different factions and gangs in Duskwall. And the playbooks are so flavorful and awesome, and it's very, very heisty in nature. So, you know, think Phantom Thieves and in a grittier setting. But Phantom Thieves, I'm thinking of Phantom Thieves because there's also the ghost layer. There's also the supernatural element of the ghosts, the old gods, it's great. Like, I could talk all day about it. I highly recommend it. Blades is amazing. And I wish I could play it more. But when I get back to RPGs, I'll definitely play that. This is a lot of this is from Blades. A lot of the meta game I'm seeing in terms of devoting resources to actions, position in terms of risky, safe, and dangerous. Hell, the use of D6s, which comes from PBTA also, like 1 to 3 is a failure. 4 and 5 are success, but with complications. 6 is success. So it's very similar to that. So we played the market a bit. We're gonna use this last die to earn some income. We're gonna go back and go to Dragos' shipyard. And we're gonna take a risk here. It's a 50-50. My character, I'm calling her Daisy right now, because Daisy Barnes is usually the character one of my OCs who's always, you know, she's an anthropologist in Call of Cthulhu, but she ended up becoming my kind of intellectual-ish character. My wizard, my warlock. I mean, warlock is charisma, but anyway, you know, it became my Call of Cthulhu character, my investigator type character. So, as someone, I guess, who hacks and stuff, I guess, I don't know, I'm just calling her Daisy. Daisy, my frame probably had a designation, which is like DA1S. You know how it is, R2D2, C3PO, and you come up with a droid name based on that designation and number. Probably that. It is my frame model was probably DA1SY, something like that. So Daisy, whatever. So after a long day, we actually had a good meal, talked to Enfys. We got some credits. We tapped into the communications of the Yatagan, the mafia, because Sabine is helping us out. Sabine is the underworld doctor who's trying to get us meds on the black market. Meds we need to survive, or our artificial body will die. And I wanted to help out somehow, and I needed to get an idea of what a Yatagan is like. So we armed ourselves with some knowledge. We have some data here, Yatagan data. We skimmed it from Yatagan hardware. Maybe it'll come in handy during a complication down the road. So right now we had 1 dice left. We're gonna try to dissect some hulls to get some income, but hopefully we don't fail, because it's a risky action and we have a 50% chance of failure. It doesn't seem like the prudent thing to do, but we need to do what we need to do to survive. That is a negative outcome, but we still get paid, but we lose some energy. After hours of careful slicing and separation, you uncover little more than layer after layer of worthless scrap. This is going nowhere. So that's it. That's the end of a cycle. You're out of dice, you can't do anything else, except for actions that require money or data or credits, I think. And then you end the cycle at your home. So like, I could still do stuff. If I had scrap, for example, I could probably like still sell components and stuff that don't require dice. And there's passage into low end, so there are more zones to unlock in the eye. But we need 60. Holy crap, the toll to get to low end. After some spacers cause some trouble in the low end, Yatagan have imposed a toll for entry. No one gets in without paying. Holy crap, 60 credits? 60 cryo. That's all my money. I don't think that's not smart. We don't need to go to the low end yet. Let's wait for the meds. Hopefully Sabine will... because we won't survive without meds. So... let's build up some cash, build up some capital, get some meds, get a 3D printer, and that'll help us out in the long run, I feel. And hopefully avoid being hunted down. Oh god, I'm like starving again. So there's 1 tick on the clock now. So for the hunted clock, it's one of those things where it's just 1 tick. We got so many cycles to go until shit hits the fan, right? But these are good rolls. You got 3, 3, and 6. So we're also at the mercy of the dice here. Until we get more skills, we are going to container, 4 steel walls. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait up! Turn around. Oh, Arkham. Yeah, I played the Arkham board game. Not the Arkham horror board game. I played Eldritch Horror, and then the one that came after that, Mansions of Madness. I love those games. I loved Eldritch Horror. I loved Mansions of Madness. And I heard Arkham Horror with all the expansions, it's a huge slog to get through. Like, it'll occupy your entire day. And it's not the most elegant of things if you plug in all the expansions, but I heard great things from Arkham. Eldritch Horror was kind of like a streamlined version of it. And then Mansions of Madness is the app incorporated one with a AI GM, and it is super fun. Mansions of Madness is so fun. I love Mansions of Madness. It scratches that itch, and it scratches that Cthulhu itch, and it provides a fun story as well. And it's run by the app. I know a lot of people kind of like shy away from board games that connect the apps, but in this case, I'm not really a fan of one versus many games, which a lot of those, one person, like Descent, one person plays the villain and then the rest of the players play the heroes. But it got to a point where I think they realized, these designers realized that a lot of players just wanted to play together against the AI. So we've seen more AI systems built into board games to run the monsters, to run the encounter. And what I really loved about Mansions of Madness is they really utilize the app well. So when you get to a door, you click on the app and it's voice acted, and there's a narration for when you open the door and then for certain outcomes. So it really gets you in the mood. And then since it's app based, a lot of things are done for you, so it's less, you can focus on just moving your character and investigating. A lot of the busy work are done behind the scenes by the app, so I just found it really compelling. So I do recommend that if you are into board games, if you like Arkham Horror. Mansions of Madness was pretty good. Okay, there's a new character, Feng, a Havenage systems engineer. Feng is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now? He puts a hand on your arm. I seen you hanging around, just want to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back at the container, shaking his head. That's rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it old Erlin said? The eye opens for us all. Nice idea, but, well, not always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. Erlin? You pass together into the main walkway. No one has told you about Erlin? He's the founder of this place. That's why it bears his name. Havenett should organize some seminars. He laughs. Not really my department, though. I'm with systems. Somebody, like, Havenett? Systems? I don't know anything. Okay, more about Feng. Systems? Everything the eye runs on. He runs a hand along the passage wall. This place is a ruin, but systems keeps it spinning somehow. At least, we try to. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I saw you around, and well, I know little about you sleepers. I have a little proposition for you. He glances around. But, well, this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, then when you're settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Interesting. Okay. Yo, we got a 6. Let's do this. Let's play the market. I'm feeling lucky. Let's play the market. Let's go back. Wait, no. Out of habit. Emphasis stall. Let's get some food to eat. It just costs cryo. Doesn't require a die. Get to know about Emphys a bit more. Neutral outcome. That's fine. Two more ticks on the clock until Emphys acknowledges us as a regular. I wonder what happens after that. So, oh, okay, it's the same text. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. Oh no, it's different. This is the good stuff. Okay, I'll make sure to read it. So, food in our belly. We return to the Ort Exchange. That we want our eyes on that fabricator. So we want this 100% positive outcome. You snap up scrap by weight, then parcel it off to traders with a nice markup. You start to get a sense of the traders to trust. Okay, I did not expect my character to end up in the Ort Exchange, but okay. We're gonna be a trusted trader soon with 3, and we're gonna get that fabricator soon. We have 2 dice. I'd like to get more work done for... This is kind of the routine so far. Now let's get to know no, we already get to know Emphys. Why do I keep saying that? Build a ship mine, we did enough. Or should I push my luck and put another die into that? This is like the stock market, right? It's like, okay, do we quit while we're ahead or do we put another... let's go for it. Let's go for it. 3, risky, let's go. Oh, we got a positive outcome. Dare I try it again? No. You gotta stop there. My luck's gonna run out. We need to save a die to pay back the debt of Dragos. So, but it's like, look at that. It's one tick remaining. All right, 1 tick remaining before we get the Ort Fabricator. We could do this now, or we could do the responsible thing: return to the salvage yard, earn some scrap, and help pay back the debt of Dragos. No, I'm thinking things are turning out well. I'm meeting some great traders. It's my first time at the Ort Exchange. I'm doing well. And I can see the fabricators right there. It's so close. And I'm gonna buy some stock. And I got another positive outcome. 3 great successes in a row, chat. I got that. I'm a trusted trader. This is my calling. This is my frame's calling now. I'm gonna be a hacker, and I'm gonna I'm gonna be a stock. I'm working in the art exchange. All right, we got trusted trader. Let's see what happens. So I think the clock's filled up. When you leave, that's when it applies. So I'm thinking like I'm shaking hands with different traders, virtual handshakes, probably virtual handshakes, making a name for myself in the exchange, Daisy, and here we go. Art Fabricator, reclaimed fabrication stat. Have you ever played Risseteer, Den Mother? Capitalism ho. Capitalism ho. It became memeable at some point. I love Risseteer. Risseteer was one of the games that, you know, there's a huge wave of those games that you play as the shopkeep in an RPG, right? That became a genre into itself, and Risseteer was one of those games. It's like Risseteer, what's that? Atelier, the Atelier series, Atelier Ryza, it's a strange title, but it's quite an old game, but I had fond memories of that. And you play as oh no, it is more Catalysm. Oh, that is like the your character's like battle cry. And you'd sell potions to adventurers, and it was such an interesting experience. It's the first time I got that experience, because we usually play like, you know, we're the ones dungeon delving, we're the ones going to the shop and like, I'm gonna buy potions or whatever, and then we don't really care about the shopkeeps. I care about the shopkeeps, by the way. I care about NPCs. If I'm a player at your table, I care about the NPCs a lot. But in Risseteer, yeah, it does apply actually. In Risseteer, you play the shopkeeper. So like the knight comes in and then he becomes a regular in your shop because he loves your health potions, which keeps him alive, right? And you feel like you're doing your part in the adventure economy. And then eventually you get to like stock up weapons, and then it's great fun. It is great fun. So yeah, Risseteer. And I ended up really liking that genre. Then I played a bunch of games like it. I think one of the more recent releases is, it's like a roguelike kind of thing. Moonstepper. I meant Moonlighter. No, that's not Moonlighter. Ah, yeah, it is Moonlighter. Yeah, Moonlighter, roguelike elements. But more and more these games started to put like adventure elements to it. So like in Atelier Ryza, you play as an alchemist, you're running an alchemy practice. But there are combat elements as JRPG, traditional JRPG questing, but it's more to be in service of your career as an alchemist, to be the best alchemist in the lands, you know, kind of stuff like that. It's so wholesome, Atelier Ryza. Don't be turned off by the art and how they market Ryza. I think it's a Team Ninja. Is it a team? No, it's a Koei. Wait. Yeah, it's a Koei Tecmo game, so sometimes you do get that with, you know, if you Google Atelier Ryza, you'll understand what I mean. But it's such a wholesome, summer-filled vibe game. And there's a sequel, Atelier Ryza 2. And it's just about being an alchemist and adventuring with your friends and, you know, the power of friendship and all of that. Anyway, that is a good day. It is a good day. We got a fabricator. Fabricate ship mine. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough, salvaged fragments can be reassembled with the fabricator. Where the hell do we get 3 ship mine fragments? From the salvagers who come in, I guess. So, Daisy walks back to Dragos' workshop. Apologizes to Dragos that, okay, I won't be able to work today. I'm beat. I spent the whole time at the Art Exchange. So I'm gonna work out. I'm gonna help out tomorrow, but we have 3 more here to really establish ourselves to get back in business, and hopefully we want to get this before this clock fills up, before the debt collectors come in and give Dragos a hard time. So we do have a responsibility. I mean, we do owe Dragos this much. He's giving us a place to stay, so we shouldn't forget to do this before the debts come calling in. So we're gonna take a rest now and end that cycle. And of course, hey, someone out there is tracking us. I don't know why. So I guess it's a gameplay loop. It's such a chill game. But I'm pretty sure once the difficult choices start to come in, then it's gonna be difficult. Oh, what? Why do we only have... Oh no, because we're declining. We're low on energy, chat. We can't do much anymore. These are good rolls, but we're hungry and we're low on battery. So we are getting less. I forgot about that. You do get less dice if you let your energy fall off. So see, this is so in the choice of the peep seeing your name in the yeah, I'm getting entangled. I'm getting entangled in the stock market, and I'm getting with there's definitely probably a lot of shady dealings there with insider trading and a lot of scams, probably something to do with the housing market on the eye, and then we're also getting involved with the Yatagan mafia. I can already see the seeds being planted for shit to happen, and of course we're being hunted. We're being hunted by something, and we're low on battery. How do we recharge? So there's another frame you could choose at the beginning, one of the character archetypes you can choose. The perk of that frame was to there's photosynthetic skin, so you can recharge every time you sleep. But the frame I chose has to deal with interfacing, so I should actually be spending more time in the cloud, cyberspace, because this is my frame specialty. So I should explore this more, actually. I should spend more time there compared to being in meat space. But oh, Sabine is done? Oh shit. Okay, okay, what do we do? Okay, first let's eat. Obviously, let's eat. I nod at Emphis as well. Perhaps he has a new story to tell. Emphis here is like the stand-in for your traditional tavern keep. Your bartender who you vent to or share stories with. So we have some money. Let's make sure we're fed. I don't know where to get energy though. How do we recharge? So one more before we are acknowledged by Emphis as a regular. Fungus, welcome for the day. So we actually have enough money to go to low end, but we don't need to go to low end yet. We could definitely stop by Sabine to get the medicine. I think that's an important thing we need to do. Shoot, the scrap freighters are here. Oh god, oh, it's so many actions. I can't take it. I'm overwhelmed. Okay, again, whenever you're overwhelmed by all these different actions, always go back to what would my character do. My character, after eating Emphis, would stop by Sabine. Okay, because we need those meds. So going back to the hab block. Sorry, eating fungus at Emphasis stall. Alright. I'm not gonna eat Emphis. I'm not that desperate. Alright. The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants. We're talking about Yakuza, right? Haunting me here. You know, I should maybe my frame should be the model should be Miku. I guess it's, you know, yeah, I think that's more appropriate. Perhaps Daisy was me in my past life, and then I ended up with a corporation which took my life away, and then now I am known as Miku because my model was M1KU. Model 1KU. I don't know, now I'm Miku. I don't know. It makes sense with the themes here of not being in your own body, and that you know, I've discarded my old self and I'm trying to build a new life here. So and it kind of makes sense still. In my head, now Miku's like a no. Now we're apparently now we're like a trader. Apparently, we're a name in the Ort Exchange right now. You know, in one day we become a trusted trader and get access to the Ort Fabricator. This person that just came out of nowhere, ends up being trusted. So let's but we need these meds. Let's check it out. Okay, the first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. This is Sabine, a doctor in the bright market. I love their design. I have it. Sabine stands with the case open in front of them, a set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. This art is, for me, I already mentioned it, is reminiscent of Lancer. Lancer's amazing art. The artist also did art for the comic Kill 6 Billion Demons. Check it out. Amazing art. I have no idea how Yatagan... They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. You ran Lancer? Oh. I'm currently in a Lancer game under Phil Corpus. On the book right there. My pilot, I think we have similarities here. My pilot there is very Horus-oriented hacker girl. That's what she is. I don't usually play like a controller, or I don't usually play like intellectual wizard, controller, mage, caster. I don't usually play that kind of character. That's why mage was a big change for me also, because I'm literally playing a mage. I rarely play mages. But I decided I'll try something different. I'm gonna be a hacker. I'm gonna be socially awkward, and with social anxiety. And I'm gonna be in a Horus Goblin mech, and with specializing in tech attacks and control. So that's something like out of my wheelhouse. We ended up with Horus code. Like my whole team ended up with Horus mechs. IPS North Star is a shady. Yeah, even you know, especially in the fringes of space, we still get shady intergalactic Amazon. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if 1,000 years from now, Amazon is still gonna be alive, and it's gonna be one of the leading logistics. It's gonna be one of the leading logistics, one of the leading brands in the galaxy. I think that's what's gonna happen to Amazon. You're gonna see like Amazon on like a freighter, like painted across a freighter, traveling to another solar system. Yeah, the vibe of Lancer is so good. Mud and lasers. I love the term they used, mud and lasers. It really paints that picture of your battle tech, mech warrior, and it can go either way. You can go as lumbering, hulking behemoths of metal, like walking tanks, battle tech style, or you can go for or your background could be Gundam and your mecha anime, and it caters to that playstyle as well, and it meshes both. Like we have someone who's super like super Gundam style with a beam saber and a sniper rifle and everything. Actually, no, he reminds you of his character. Actually reminds you of Evangelion with the knife, ray sniper rifle. It reminds me more of that actually. And then on the other end, we have someone in I think a Harrison Armory. Basically, literally a walking fortress. So you get different vibes to it. And the people I'm playing with are huge mecha fans as well. I myself am a neophyte in terms of the mecha genre. I just recently finished Evangelion. All right, I am so late to the party. I was too young for Evangelion. And out on a whim, I decided to watch some classic animes I missed out on, namely Cowboy Bebop and Evangelion. And I actually enjoyed it. And I actually wondered how the experience would have been like if I watched Evangelion when I was going through puberty. It would have been different. But watching Evangelion now as an adult, it's a different perspective. And then you get to relate more with Misato, and you understand more what Shinji's going through. And it's like as an adult watching Evangelion, you're like, I identify with Misato. And then yeah, it's kind of, you identify as the adults there, the messed up adults, who still do their work when it counts. And the rebuilds were, I enjoyed the rebuilds actually. I like what they did with the rebuilds. So I watched all the rebuilds, and I just watched the first Gundam film, which puts together the classic series. Because I wanted to, expand my horizons. I was playing Lancer. I kind of felt out of the loop. There's a new Gundam coming in with the first female protagonist. What is it? Witch? Internet, don't fail me now. Am I still here? Okay. Whew. Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. So the Witch from Mercury, it's coming out soon. It's a new Gundam as the first female protagonist. From what I was told, the main pilot. So it looks great. And I was feeling left out at my Lancer table because they kept referencing a lot of stuff. Like for me, I grew up watching my brother play Mech Warrior, and the closest I guess I could get to was Macross and Robotech. So that's what I grew up with: Robotech and Macross and Mech Warrior. But Gundam was something I never grew up with, so I didn't. A lot of references flew over my head, so I thought, it's about time I get started with it. Oh, you're Ritsuko stan. I could see that. Yeah, Ritsuko's also a side of me that. But you're right. Yeah, Misato and Ritsuko have a fun dynamic, I must say. Yeah, I never grew up with Gundam. That's my first experience. What was the first Gundam? I watched the first Gundam film 2 months ago. I still have to continue it. So my path for that was because I wanted to get into Hathaway. Hathaway said in Davao, right? So I wanted to get into Hathaway, but then when I saw the synopsis, it relates to the UC. It relates to Hathaway. He's the son of Hathaway. So I did not want to get into that until I got into Gundam. So my whole path was watch the 3 Gundam films which summarize the original series. Watch what's the series? What's the next set of films? But they recommend watch the series Gundam Zeta, and then watch the series of Gundam Zeta. It's gonna be a lot. And then watch Char's Revenge, and then this is a path recommended on Reddit. And then watch Char's Revenge, and then watch Hathaway. So it's a long process. But then with Witch from Mercury coming out, it's like I don't know what I need to watch to get into it, but I really want to watch Witch from Mercury. I also started on Iron Blooded Orphans, which is not really in the same continuity, right? But the few episodes I watched of Iron Blooded Orphans was pretty heavy, and I did enjoy it as well. And I have to continue it. Anyway, there's a lot to watch out for. The problem is, it's like, yeah, it's just so much. And I also, okay, randomly, I'm like going places now. Speaking of mecha and anime, part of me wants to get back into One Piece because One Piece is going to be ending soon. And after 10 years, I feel like it's going to be a once in a generation experience. I can't imagine what the One Piece fans are going through that now that the end is nearing. Like, I feel like a part of me wants to be part of that. I watched up to 200. I watched until when they introduced Robin. That's where I stopped. I stopped at that arc. So that's like episode 200 something, I think. So I'm not going to be starting from zero. But I know there are thousands. And then Berserk. I read the first like few chapters of Berserk because they're continuing Berserk after Kentaro Miura passed. Rest in peace. I never grew up with Berserk, but I played the Dreamcast Berserk. I think I watched the anime Berserk, and I found it so compelling. But I was a kid, and I didn't really understand the mature themes and the gore that much. But I enjoyed the Dreamcast Berserk game, and they're continuing it now. After the creator passed, so they're gonna be continuing it again, and there are new chapters out. So I feel like, man, that's another thing to like get into. Oh my god! And you mentioned JoJo. Yeah, I could talk about this all day, but my friend gave up on me. He kept doing a lot of JoJo references and being like, I'll watch it eventually. Haha, JoJo. I do want to watch JoJo. And when I was I felt left out because when I got to visit Japan and JoJo Fever was at a fever pitch. JoJo was at a fever pitch. JoJo hype was at a fever pitch. I saw JoJo ads everywhere, and then JoJo crossovers with luxury designer brands. I forgot what fashion brands those were. I think it was Louis Vuitton and Louis Vuitton X JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So it's like, wow. And then there's so much merch going around. I wasn't gonna buy a Louis Vuitton bag, chat. No way. I don't think it's worth the investment, honestly. But point is, there was a lot of merch going around for JoJo, and I didn't understand anything because I didn't watch. Bleach is something Bleach and Naruto I never watched as well. So for my friends who are like, oh, Bleach is back, and then they're so excited about it, I'm like, oh, I'm left out again. That's me, chat. I am so late to fandoms. Again, I'm going to refer to one of my favorite webcomics from Sarah Scribbles, which is about being late to the fandom. It's like, binges the series, finishes it. Oh my god, that is so amazing! Kicks down the door to the fandom party. I'm here, bitches. Empty. Because everyone's moved on from the hype after years. I keenly felt this when I just finished Avatar The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra. I just binged it some years ago. Okay? And when everyone was going crazy about Avatar and Korra in high school and college, I never got into it for some reason. And then years later, as an adult, I get into The Last Airbender and Korra, and I'm no one to talk to about it. And I'm like, I love Atla and Korra so much. Like, I started reading the Legend of Kyoshi novel, and I'm like, oh, but everyone's like, oh, glad you love Avatar, but it's like it's been a decade. We moved on. So yeah, that's like sad. So I kept raving in the chats about, oh my god, like Korra, oh my god, Aang. And then they're like, yeah, I don't remember anymore because that was a decade ago, man. But I love it. It's such a wholesome thing. And Avatar's coming back. coincidentally, the hype is coming back for Avatar because they're gonna be making new films, and they're not adapting any of the people were thinking, are they gonna adapt the comics? The comics are great, by the way. I read The Search, a great comic, feels in canon. I read the first novel of Kyoshi. I also super enjoyed it. It really felt like Avatar. And they're gonna be coming out with movies, and it's gonna be new. They're not gonna adapt any of the comics, so they're gonna be movies set in Aang's time, I think, and Korra's time. I'm not sure, but I'm super excited. Avatar's coming back. So, yeah, you can never be too late for fandoms, but it would be nice to be part of the hype train. Admittedly, like, I love it. I don't regret it. I love that I actually got into those and then got to experience these things that are so beloved by a lot of fans. And the fact that they still exist today, that it's still a beloved property, that it's still heartwarming to be part of that. Like, even after the fact, even after the hype has died down, when it returns, the fans return. And they're like, oh wow, remember those times when, we used to watch Avatar and etc. When Avatar, to me, is about Aang and Korra, not about blue people. You always have to clarify now. Avatar, The Last Airbender. You can't just say Avatar, because they'll be like, the one with blue people? Avatar, The Last Airbender. Okay, that is my Avatar, not the blue people. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted that. I love talking about that. But yeah, also, anyway, that is totally random information. I don't know how I got to that point. But we're here now. Sabina's gotten us medicine. I'm quite happy that Sabina was able to get us medicine. But this does not bode well for us. Something about the Yatagan. I don't know what it costs Sabine. Alright. Speaking of Sabine, see, I'm going off tangent again. Sabine is one of my favorite characters in Star Wars, right? And I'm so excited for live action Sabine in the Ahsoka series. Okay. I have no idea how Yatagan they trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I think I'm pretty desperate right now. I'm declining. I'm dying. I don't care. Or I'm the test case? I think I'm more in line with it doesn't matter. I wouldn't say verbatim I don't care. It's like I just have to try this. Like I have no choice. Sabine is the artist Mando, the one who does a lot of graffiti, paints up her armor. She grew on me. Like initially the Rebels cast, I did not I like Hera and Kanan. They were fine. Because Hera and Kanan were very reminiscent of Kyle Katarn and Jan Ors for me. So I had immediate buy-in with Kanan and Hera. But I didn't really like Ezra and Sabine and the rest. But once they got their groove, very similar to Clone Wars. The Clone Wars series takes a while to get going, and initially you might be annoyed with Ahsoka. I know a lot of people were super annoyed with Ahsoka in the beginning, but that was kind of the author's intent. But then you see how Ahsoka develops over the years of the Clone Wars, and how the Ahsoka we get in Mando. Wow. And now that we're getting more live action characters, as they're going back, it's going to be a continuation of Rebels. The Ahsoka series is essentially going to be a continuation of Rebels. I'm so excited for it. But in the meantime, next month we're getting Andor. Andor is something I also wanted to explore. Like, I'm kind of iffy about, but we know what happens to him in Rogue One. It's a bit too soon. But the world that Andor inhabits is my jam as well. Spies, political intrigue, wet works, black ops, the dirty side of the rebels, spy games. I'm looking forward to that. in Star Wars through Andor. So that's next month. Yeah, those are other stuff I'm looking forward to. It's a lot of stuff coming. A lot of stuff have come, and a lot of stuff are still coming this year. Andor's gonna make me again want to pick up Edge of the Empire, Den Mother. I was so envious when you're running those Edge of the Empire games. I hope they went well, by the way. And like I saw parts of the VOD. It's like, oh man, it's like from the Boba Fett clan, from the Fett clan, and just going through Edge of the Empire shenanigans. I miss it. Good, good. I'm glad that it went really well. Yes, that's an awesome way to celebrate Star Wars month. The magical triumphs. Triumphs are amazing. Triumphs and despairs. I love it so much. I'll never forget how triumphs led to a super melodramatic but super awesome, even though no matter how cheesy it is, a super cheesy, melodramatic, over the top, talk no jutsu, anime-esque scene as the sun was rising over the horizon, as the party, battered, bruised, and beaten, fighting the fallen Jedi. They after coming to blows, the one of the protagonists, wounded, begins to speaks to the fallen Jedi, trying to remind him that he can still reclaim his honor, etc., etc. It was so touching. It's such a great moment, and I just couldn't pass it up. Like, he got so many triumphs. It is one of the best roles in our campaign, and he brought that fallen Jedi from the brink after so much, like after an entire campaign of fighting against this guy. There were so many twists and turns. In the end, the players kind of they spared him, and now that fallen Jedi is now recovering in a Bacta tank, and then now that NPC's arc was about trying to redeem himself for what he's done, and he's now helping out trying to rebuild their Jedi enclave at the Dawn Temple and the snowy planet of Spindir. Anyway, I love that campaign. It was super great. And the despairs, of course, leads to a lot of dramatic moments and heartrending moments. Hey, cliffhangers are cool. Cliffhangers are awesome. But that is amazing. No one got despair. I love it when the dice decide at the best moment, hey, interpret this despair for me, please. And then the table kind of hones in on a similar idea. And that's, for me, that's the magic of Genesis and Star Wars system, where once you go into dice interpretation, and depending on what's happening in the scene, it's super awesome when people are kind of on the same wavelength about how to interpret the dice. And it's like, you know what this despair means, right? It's like you thinking what I'm thinking. Yeah, that thing's gonna blow up, and then the platform is gonna collapse from under you, sending you tumbling down the cliffside, and it's just so dramatic. Anyway, I'm just being hyped up. It's a great week. It's great to be back on stream after 2 weeks of nothingness. And Sabine got her meds. I'm kind of really enjoying the vibe of this game. It's so relaxing, and it's just right. It's not heavy, it's not demanding too much. And I feel like there are enough options for me to kind of play out the story. And I love board games like that. I love board games that, the mechanics are there, but over time the mechanics weave together a story. And then after your after your session with the board game, you've made a narrative together. All right. Good luck with that. Den Mother, thank you so much for supporting the channel and continuing subscribing for the Katos, and for redeeming all of those things. The cats deserved all the pets. And if you have Game Pass, this game is on Game Pass, so you can play it for quote unquote free. Citizen Sleeper is on Game Pass. So if you are subscribed, if you are currently subscribed to Game Pass, you have nothing to lose except for some time to play it. But yeah, I'd love to see your playthrough of this and just to experience more sci-fi goodness. Oh man, another day, but I highly recommend Game Pass. They have regional pricing. It's available in Southeast Asia with regional pricing, and it's such good value. It's too good to be true right now. In fact, I'm dreading if and when they either increase the price or put more restrictions. But right now, it's like Netflix for games with amazing selections. So many day one games. It's not just Citizen Sleeper. There's a ton of it. You have an entire library at your fingertips for like a pittance. And yeah, I do recommend it if you ever get into it. And it encourages you to play games that you normally wouldn't get because you're waiting for a Steam sale, or maybe it's a small game you thought you were interested in but didn't want to shell out cash for. But if it's on Game Pass, it's like, oh, I'll download it and play it. Why not? So yeah, thank you for supporting me in the Katos. Good luck with Break the Sun. I know it's your finale tomorrow as well. If I can't make it, best of luck to that. In the meantime, I'll continue talking to Sabine and try to get my meds, and I'm going to be winding down the stream as well. It's already 7 p.m. here, and I've extended for quite a while, but happy to chat, and we'll just do that. We'll just finish up the cycle. I don't know what's going to happen to my energy. We're going to be ending with a bit of a complication here. We got a regular source of food at least, so we're not going to starve to death, but we're going to have to find a way to recharge. So we're going to explore what to do. I don't know if the meds deal with this actually. We're going to find out. So we're going to finish the cycle, and we're going to call it a day, and we're going to see what happens. We're going to play it by ear. If Stray gets released tonight, midnight our time, I'm going to see how much I can push it, because I really want to play Stray already. I will be busy, however, throughout the week, so I really want to make the most out of this. I know I've been gone for 2 weeks, and I'm going to be gone again for half a week, but I will make it up to every one of you who have been supporting this channel by I'm streaming on more days and streaming for longer. And I do want to, because it's been a while since I'm back into gaming, back in the captain's chair, and we're gonna take it 2 steps at a time. All right, so Sabine has secured us some meds, but they're not sure exactly how Yatagan was able to get some off the black market. But I hope it's not a knockoff. So I don't care. I don't have a choice. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we need to be careful. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. So it's like neuropazine. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from ejecting all of its own organs. Passcodes? In very basic terms, yes, they sigh. Look, what matters here is that the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away. At least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. Okay, Let's do it. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe, and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fades into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? What happened? The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatagan acquired a case of the stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods toward the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room, and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you have been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. I guess I was out for a while. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Ooh. Whoa! We're stable! Okay, so we need meds, and we need food. Got it. Let's use up these rolls. Let's take this opportunity to visit the scrap freighter, see what we can gather, maybe for the ort fabricator, so we can get some scrap metal to put into here. We don't want to waste what we did in the ort exchange, right? So let's build a ship mind. So let's try to get a few cores. So true enough, the scrap freighter may have something for us. We got some credits to spend. We just have to make sure we have enough money to buy some food, and I think this goes down less. So this, we can. I don't know for how long we'll remain stable. So let's check out the energy drain as we go through the cycles. But for now, I'm not sure now if my character is called Daisy or Miku. I think Miku sounds a bit more fitting for this setting. So Miku. I'll go with Miku. Model M1KU. Frame M1KU. Miku, who specializes in, I guess, cyber warfare. So this is her wheelhouse. So after this, thankful for Sabine's intervention. Still wary though about what Yatagan did to acquire that thing. I think Yatagan pissed off a few people. Those were words of warning. Nothing comes for free. There was a cost to that. There's a catch to getting those meds. So I don't know how much it's gonna cost, but we just have to make sure we're not broke. But in the meantime, let's pass by the scrap freighter and get some salvage. So this is all in service of this clock, which is... Oh, no, not really. They're not attached to the clock. So this is a world event that happens every once in a while. Offloading scrap. So they're going to be here for 3 cycles, I think. The freighter will stay docked for as many cycles as it takes to offload its haul of scrap into the Havenage yards. So let's see what we can buy here with our cryo. Oof, unload containers ourselves. But that's not really what our frame is for. Let's buy it. Scrap allowance. The big stuff goes to the shipyard. The valuable stuff to the markets. They'll let you buy a few crates, but not much more. So we can buy some scrap. Most of what comes in from the Star Wars belt is corroded trash, but sometimes something valuable can be found among the salvage. So we do need 3 fragments. So hopefully that will work in our favor. Ugh, I don't have enough money. Neutral outcome. And we only have, the allowance. We can only buy 2 more times. But we have some scrap components. So we should probably buy it all now. And then earn some money. Because we need 3 ship mine fragments, right? Let me just check something. At the ore fabricator, how much do we need to... Oh, so we need the 1 ship mine fragment needs 3. Oh no. Wait. What's this? No. Okay, it's just scrap components. It's not for that. We need this specifically. We need to be lucky and find ship mine fragments. Okay, let's try it out. Let's continue buying it while they're here. We're gonna earn some stuff anyway. Oh, but we can talk to Fang. Okay, let's finish what we do here. Let's finish what we're doing here in the scrap freighter first. Let's buy this. Buy some scrap. Another neutral outcome. I don't know if there are no dice involved, so I think it's all neutral outcomes. It just is. You pay 20. Hey, we got 1. We got 1 ship mine fragment. Could be reassembled with the right tools and a few more fragments. Ah, damn it. Alright, that's all the allowance we have. You hand over your chits and they point you to a crate of salvage. Time to see what you just bought. Feeling lucky? Oh, I forgot to read the last text. Whoops. Okay. So after buying what we needed from the scrap freighter, I guess we're gonna visit this scrap freighter after when they arrive. But before returning to Dragos and putting in our work for the day, Fang wanted to see us. He needed our help with something. Fang is the Havenage systems engineer. Sleeper. Fang catches your attention as you approach the Havenage building, leaning against the bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way. Security, all that. Gives you a look. You know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans on a server stack and gestures around. You like it? It's a mess, it's incredible. What is all this? He taps a nearby server stack, which bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from this sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to a towering block, speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station. A1. Aeon A1. The one Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a concrete reality. But this place is a system in a constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines. They hum all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? Yeah, I can see it. It makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Feng notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They are tracking me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see, access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost libs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Heavenage, there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about the tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? Well, we've been meeting such helpful people today. I'm still trusting. I'm in. Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift, he smiles. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it out from the desk of the station. Slot that into an old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nose inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above? He nods at the ceiling. Have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. Yeah, another source of income, but this time catering to my abilities, to my frame. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper. And I'll see you soon. You step, blinking, back out into the passage. Those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Nice. We have a new drive. So, disable your tracker. Fang has said he will disable your SNR tracker if he can get to the bottom of his mystery first. So we can actually work here. Oh, we can deliver data. Feng will pay you well for any Solheim data you dredge out from the ice old systems. What he does with it is anyone's guess. Let's check it out. Let's try putting data in. Can you put Yatagan data? No, we need a Solheim cipher. I think it's another thing we need. Like, it's just S, but then it's not. Okay, it's something specific we need. So, I guess, compensation for hacking or interfacing. So specifically, we need Solheim data. And Fang wants to get a look at what data is hiding deep in the subsystems of the eye. So we're gonna go in hacker mode soon. We could actually do that right now. Let's try it. Let's have a trial with a 5. We have a 5. Let's try and see what we can do in the cloud. Then we'll reserve 1 die to help out Dragos. But let's try not to spread ourselves too thin. Keynode 0102. What's this? The data here is part of a cache tucked away during the collapse. Who hid this and for what purpose? Ah, crap. We need a 2 specifically to unlock this. So that's a no-go. Keynode 0831. 0831. We need a 1. A lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1000 cycles ago. Have an edge agent. A 2? Damn it. A Havenage member is broadcasting in the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. Solheim Gate S7. Ooh, Solheim Cipher. This is it. This gate conceals a network of systems which have been untouched since the Solheim collapse. So let's put in this old cipher. An old cipher granting access to the systems of the original station. This is what we need. And then it's going to allow us to delve into these subsystems. Interfacing. Okay. With a squawk of noise, the old gate flips open, granting access. Okay, what do we get? More. Here we go. Solheim node A21. Is that how you pronounce that? A? This node is leaking corrupted contractor lists from the early days of the system's Palladium rush. Should need a 1. So I'm seeing a pattern here. A lot of the low rolls are used in the cloud. I think that's a benefit for us, because in the meat space, in real space, we want these high rolls for our actions. But what do we do with the low rolls? I guess it's an incentive to plug them into these nodes. Solheim node A32. I need a 2? Come on. A Solheim daemon attempts to protect this node, squeaking out protective protocols like a mantra. Give me something. 4. I have a 4. Perfect. We'll save the 5 for the workshop. Solheim node A07. This network storage holds corporate records, most of them corrupted by a failed system purge. This seems promising. Accessing protocols. Bypassing. Data extracted. This network storage, most of them corrupted. Continue. Ooh. The cloud. In the data ghost of the eye. Alright, there's like this Eye of Sauron, I think. It's probably like the people who want to kick you out. You know, they spot you intruding where you're not supposed to. They'll kick you out of virtual space. It's almost like an Eye of Sauron moment. So we gotta watch ourselves here. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread, strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver. Its source somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly, a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Resist, stay still. Oh shit, okay, maybe right now I'm kind of stunned. Stay still. Please hold. Sentient protocol unraveling. It's a hunter. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, greeting you. What did you do? The shape paces around you on lithe legs. Though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity identify. Origin. Serial. Cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper S and ARP. I don't understand. This is... Stay silent. I don't trust this. Refusal. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature. Off and not off. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks more, threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Run! You kick off and glide away through the cloud, the threads surging after like predatory tentacles. They follow, wrapping the space around you until you are held within a web, a tangle of tentacles closing in. Stop. Hunter halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? Oh. I am a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Oh shit. Sealed dock? What the hell is going on? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppets. Puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Shit. Who's he finding? Strike! You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing. A spike of interference leaping out like the tip of a spear. This is exciting in virtual space. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. Jack out! Wake up! You open your eyes, blinking back into the station lights, shaking with fear. Oh god. And then that silence coming from like from the white noise, and then whoop. Great sound design on that part. I kind of rush back towards maybe Feng's Bay, and let's deposit the data. Solheim data, a set of data unearthed on the ice old corporate systems. So I guess if Feng cares, he's like wondering what happened to me. And I tell him about the hunter maybe, and I show him the data. Here, have a look, Feng. Alright, we got paid for that. That's cool. And we need to fill in this clock. So 3 more. I'm not looking forward to meeting that hunter again in virtual space, in the cloud. Feng's eyes light up as the data is transferred over. He hands you a stack of chits and waves you off. Alright, as our last action for the day before we end the stream, we're gonna scavenge. We got a 5, so I'm wondering if we want to risk manual salvage. Nah, let's stick with this. We got a high roll. We want a sure success with hull dissection. The debt's catching up to us. We gotta work on this. Come on. Positive outcome. 1 more tick. For sure then we're gonna beat the debt. Good. Beneath the pockmarked hulls, you find hidden containers, alloy plating, and wire bundles thick as your arm, preserved in their trunking. So, this takes my mind off what happened with the hunter. We almost got deleted, I think, from the system. That probably would have, deleted our consciousness or something? You know how hacking can be in sci-fi. But this hull dissection takes my mind off what happened, and Dragos doesn't ask questions, but perhaps shows a look of concern as Miku, or who I believe I am to be Miku, decides to rest. Private Skadoosh, welcome back to the stream. Thank you for your 11 months, Private Skadoosh. Next month is our anniversary. I cannot believe it. So I know I've been gone for 2 weeks. I apologize for that. But thank you again for your support and for lurking and for just hanging out. I was just about to end the stream, but since you are into TRPGs, I do recommend this game. If you ever heard of it before, it's called Citizen Sleeper. I'm quite enjoying it. It's a mesh of board game and RPG. It's a dice placement board game with an RPG, with an RPG, with RPG lifeblood. So as you see, I'm assigning dice to like actions and stuff, and it's a whole thing. It's pretty interesting so far. I like the writing. But we just did our last action for the day. We were able to stabilize our frame. We were able to get some food. And things happen. And if you played Blades in the Dark, there are clocks, as you can see. So the world is moving, the world is developing, events are happening, and it's just about surviving and trying to find your place here and fulfilling your desires, your drives. That's a lot now. So the game is starting to open up now, and we have limited actions a day, a cycle. So I'm just trying to roleplay through it, and I'm finding my place. And it's been a great first session, but I am going to be busy this week and will be out of town. So I apologize again. The timing was not good. I had COVID for the past 2 weeks, but then now that I'm back and I'm able to stream, I'm gonna be out of town this week, so I'm gonna be missing sessions again. But again, don't worry, I'm going to be making up for it. Definitely, I will be playing Stray. Stray is releasing tomorrow. Stray is a cyberpunk game featuring about a stray cat trying to find its way back home. So I'm super excited for that. I've been waiting for it for years. Stray will be the game I will be playing, and this. I think it'll be I'll be balancing this game and Stray for some great cyberpunk sci-fi shenanigans. So it's been a great cycle. This one, we got some decent rolls. We evaded a hunter. That was pretty terrifying. I was waiting actually for the ice. I was waiting for the bad stuff to happen in virtual space, but I'm pretty happy that I chose the frame that has positive to interfacing. So our path is kind of going to be leaning more towards cyberspace, the cloud, extracting data for Feng, I feel. Because the other frame was geared more towards, I think, Dragos and, salvaging and manual labor. I could still do that because I want to pay Dragos. Pay off Dragos before the debt collectors come in and give him hell. Good thing is we'll be able to, first thing next cycle, we're gonna be filling in this clock so we can help out Dragos to fulfill that desire, the drive. And then depending on the dice we have, let's see what we got. And I'm also curious about the energy depletion rate and how that's going to factor into things. So good. We got some credits. We have enough food for we have enough money for food. We have one ship mine fragment, which is fine. I don't know when we'll use this Yatagan data, but we're going to turn in and end the stream there. But yes, I am so excited for Stray, Private's Kadoosh. I'm playing this because I want to get in the mood for Stray, constructs, frames, robots, dystopian cyberpunk world, and here we are. Oh, and if you're curious, this is our current character. You choose your frame at the beginning. We have upgrade points, and I should be upgrading things actually. Holy crap. How do I upgrade? Maybe there's gonna be a tutorial down the road to upgrade our frame. Anyway, let's turn in and we're gonna end the stream there. So go back to our not so cozy but still home empty container. We turn in for the night. We nod. I guess Dragos and I just nod as our usual exchange. Not much for words. This hunter clock is filling up. I don't know what's gonna happen. They also planted some seeds about something going on at a certain section of the ship. Where was that? The hunter program thing was talking about something at the docks, that we were a puppet of that thing at the docks. I have no idea what he was talking about. So that's gonna be something to explore. So a lot's gonna happen, and I will be continuing the playthrough of this. It's just been great being back to streaming. I just wanted to have a chill stream today that it didn't take too much. that it wasn't that stressful, and I think this was just right. I get to relax and just enjoy a story slowly unraveling. Anyway, let's see what happens when we end this cycle. And we're gonna end it there after this text. Okay, so not so bad. We don't need to take medication every day. Okay, cool. This is full. This is good. Full energy means full dice. We can use this one for our hacking shenanigans and interfacing stuff, but these are great rolls. We're gonna have a good cycle today. But this thing is building up. That is almost halfway. But this is where we're going to continue next week, chat. So, I don't know how to properly save the game. Time since last autosave 91 seconds. So there's an autosave. You can't save scum in this game. If you fail your actions, own up to it and continue. But I've been having fun so far. It's enough. There's enough role-playing opportunities to just get into the headspace of your character, even if you don't see your character interacting with the world. It is still quite vivid in my head as as credit to how it's written. It's not too verbose, but it's very vivid, and I can really imagine what's going on just based on the text alone and the few art that they've placed. So we're gonna be continuing this next week, leaving it off there. I'm worried about this autosave, but I'll just make sure to quit properly. But thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you Private Skadoosh and Denmother for continuing your subscriptions and dropping by. And Mary as well. Mary, Denmother, Private Skadoosh, I miss all of you on chat. 2 weeks felt like forever. Thank you for supporting the channel as always. And I'll make it up to all of you. I promise that. Once I'm done, once we come back, I'm back from out of town, we'll be able to stream more. And I'm so excited to get into Stray. So take care. Thank you again for your support. We'll be picking this up next week. I will be out of town this week, so unfortunately I won't be able to stream. We'll play it by ear, no guarantees. If Stray gets released at midnight tonight, then I won't be able to resist playing that. But I do need to get up in the morning tomorrow, so we'll see. But definitely Citizen Sleeper. Our next few weeks will be dedicated to Citizen Sleeper and Stray. So looking forward to more science fiction experiences, either with frames with human consciousnesses or stray cats. Thank you everyone. And if for anyone who may still be lurking, if you enjoy this content and you want to keep up with what's going on with the channel, please consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter and Instagram. And if you wish to become a part of the conversation and get into more games, play some games together, discuss anything under the sun, our Discord is open 24/7. I should work on being more active there, but we got some great people over there sharing some stories, and it's been a great almost year. I know the channel still has room to grow, and I do need to get more original content out there. I've been having to reflect on a lot of things, but I was uncertain about starting the stream in the first place. But we're almost hitting a year, and it feels almost like a part of me now, I guess. It's something I've gotten used to, and it's something I'm still looking forward to doing. But at the same time, I also want to be able to provide a unique experience, because it's just I want to do more than just stream games, and I love sharing these kinds of games with everyone, commenting on it. I'm not sure if people find a lot of value in that, but you guys are supporting it. It's just something I just have doubts in my mind, but I'd love to be able to do more and do better. So with your support, it's been helping me keep going. So again, thanks everyone. As always, welcome to the table. Have a good one and take care. I'll see you for the next one.